Hey, yo. Where's everybody at? We are coming live. Don't know where everybody's at yet. They should be coming any minute. So I'd figure I'd waste some time until everybody gets here looking at Hulk Hogan claiming that he was almost the bassist of Metallica.
September 27th, 1986 was one of the most tragic days in music history. While traveling through Sweden on tour in support of their most recent album, Master of Puppets, Metallica's bus skidded off the road and flipped. Their bassist, Cliff Burton, was ejected through the window. The bus fell on top of him, and he was crushed, killing him instantly. Cliff was a musician who was regarded as one of the best bass players in metal. So when the band was ready to get going again, those were some big shoes to fill. Ultimately, Jason Newsted would wind up taking the role that he would hold for 15 years. But he wasn't the only candidate at the time. You know who might have been a good fit, though? That's right, Hulk Hogan. Yeah, the wrestler.
I did not ever notice. I've been watching a bunch of wrestling stuff lately because I'm a goofball. Yeah. It's so goofy. I didn't share the link with those guys. That explains a whole lot. They're coming in any second. Okay. Yeah. So they're coming. Man, it was just gonna be me and Hulk Hogan for a bit. I wanted to steal the show with Hulk Hogan for a little bit, but I thought I shared the link 10 minutes ago. Dang it, man. But that's me lying like Hulk Hogan lies.
Or Hulk Hogan.
And I might have
There's
just
actually a
watched
few
this
different
whole Hulk
versions
Hogan
of this rumor out there that Hulk Hogan almost joined Metallica, mostly spread by Hogan himself. Of course, the Hulkster has been known to tell a tall tale or two, like the time he said in an interview that he was rocking a 10-inch python, only to have to elaborate in a court of law while wearing his best.
Well, there you are.
My bad.
I'm looking at I need more sugar, says Marty. I'm looking at Hulk Hogan's lies, and I just tend to lie a lot like that guy. I've been accused of that a lot lately.
So what are Hulk Hogan's lies? Yeah, you have been.
He acclaims to have been asked to be Metallica's bassist after what's his name died, and this guy has the whole backstory on it.
Best business bandana that he was referring to the character Hulk Hogan, and that the man behind the character, Terry Gene Bollea, was a bit less well endowed. And does Hulk even play bass? Well, that's where the story gets kind of interesting, and there's more to it than you might think. So for this video, let's take a look at Hulk Hogan in Metallica.
Yeah, he claims he got asked to do it by his manager. Lars says, no, I don't remember that happened. Says, you know what, I'm cursed. I'm blessed or cursed, depending on how you look at it, with having more or less a photographic memory for pretty much anything that I've been a part of. That's a lie, Lars. That one that showed up 2 or 3 months ago, I scratched my head over that one. Unless he went by, I don't know, Hulk Hogan. I don't know enough about him. I'm not a huge wrestling fan. Unless he went by like his Christian name or something. I don't know. Anybody knows what his Christian name was? Dave Smith or something. There was a whole thing that we had him under a different name, but I certainly have no recollection of doing anything with Hulk Hogan. But Hulk Hogan stuck by it. And then like after all the years, he actually like put out like a couple different albums. And he really does play the bass and stuff. And he plays all right.
Really?
Yeah. Maybe I'll find some of the songs later. But I was just messing around because nobody was there. But I didn't realize it's because I was an absolute yet. What's happening, everybody? What's your name tonight? I'm going to stop doing this. Maybe I'll pull up the songs later. You're a Russian Orthodox whataboutist.
Mm-hmm.
Why the Russian Orthodox part? It's just
because I'm religious about it.
When's that whataboutism stuff dropping? Did it just barely drop?
Oh yeah, he texted it out, or he tweeted it out pretty recently. No, it was yesterday, I guess.
I like Jared's name.
Jared's a whataboutist. I don't have anything on
an Orthodox whataboutist. That's this is great because Dan McClellan is exactly an Orthodox whataboutist because he's allowed to make he's allowed to make the whataboutist arguments because he's the informed Orthodox thinker.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what he is.
Whataboutism,
I don't know what the goal is though with that, like, because the whole tweet
Let's look at it.
Nobody
Nobody knows.
nobody knows what we're talking about. Oh yeah, you really hate January.
Yes, I do.
You know, it's funny because, like, I mean, I don't know. I was only there for 2 weeks because a lot of people in England say, like, oh man, like a lot of people get seasonal affective disorder here because, like, you know, there's 2 hours of average sunshine in November and the sun sets at 4:30 and it just rains. But like, I fucking loved it. Like, it was nice and cool. I opened the window at night. It was great.
It's something about the inversion and just the darkness and the suddenly, like, the second all the Christmas lights go away, I notice it, and everything just looks dreary and drab, and that's just a big long winter waiting in front of me. And I hate January. I hate it. And on top of it, I'm almost always cutting at this time too. Almost always.
Man, it's just
I'm not gonna lie. Things. Like, I had the you know how I said, like, it usually hits me like some sort of heroin thing 4 or 5 days. I was feeling fine 4 or 5 days, and then I had like 4 or 5 straight days of it feeling just like crap. And I'm not gonna lie, sometimes it's just not easy. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it just flows right through. But it's been pain in my butt lately. Like, I even go walking out, and Charlie's like, even like, this sucks, man. They usually, like, his chipper attitude helps like get me up, but he's like, screw this is terrible.
I love this because I'm finding out that, like, logical fallacies, they come from an actual place of reality, right? Even though I hate when they're constantly called out. Because the reason I hate when they're constantly called out is because they're constantly called out wrong, right? And so the whataboutism is, there's a right place to call somebody for whataboutism. Yeah. And it's when, like, you're in a fight with your wife or whatever, and she tells you, like, look, you said you were going to do the dishes. You haven't been doing the dishes. They're piled up. And then I think of a thing she did like months ago, and I say, oh, what about you? You didn't, I don't know.
You didn't send that Christmas card to Larry.
Yeah, I know. And they're okay. Well, let's talk about that. But that doesn't get you out of doing the dishes. Yeah. So that's a good place for it. But, like, a not good place for it is if you're in an argument with your wife and she says, you need to stop. You spent $200 on candy this month. You need to stop doing that. And you say, hold on a second. You spent $500 on candy this month.
Yeah.
She can't accuse you of whataboutism. That's just pointing out a current double standard. And that's why I laugh anytime we bring up the election shit and people accuse you of whataboutism. They, like, if you say,
you know, okay, like, the thing will be like, how can Republicans be so stupid that they would vote for a liar? What about your guy? Hey!
Well, or like,
that's whataboutism.
He denied the results of the election for years. It's like, okay, everyone, like, Hillary Clinton still does that. It's like, hey, that's whataboutism. And like, no, it's pointing out a current double standard that you have. And that's the greatest thing here is that, like, we catch, they caught the Harvard professor, the Harvard dean or whatever, in plagiarism. And McClellan's first fucking response is to be like, Trump did it.
Yeah. So, like, for your homework this week, kids, ask a lifelong Democrat, see if you can get them to say the following words. George W. Bush was legitimately elected in 2000. See if you can get them to say that. Just try to get them to say that legitimate was election and
the whataboutism stuff's infinite, but, like, the first most famous plagiarist I ever knew of was Joe Biden. Yeah. Joe Biden got removed from an election. There's a Robin Williams in the 80s stand-up routine about the plagiarisms of Joe Biden. Joe Biden plagiarized a football coach's speech for one of his speeches in the 80s and got removed entirely from the election for getting caught plagiarizing his speeches.
Yeah. No, you can look this up. It's amazing. Just on YouTube, there's you can find a few clips of it, but there's just a report that, like, Joe Biden ended his candidacy today under this clout, and they go through it all. I mean, also just the other thing, I mean, like, because, like, it's absolutely true that Donald Trump is, like, nasty and insulting to people. Just look up Joe Biden. Like, Joe Biden has a long history of being a total douchebag. Just even constituents, ordinary voters. But, you know, that's things like he's an ideologically right-thinking Orthodox. He's an Orthodox douchebag, so it's all right.
The other deal with this too is, like, I almost don't care that Joe Biden plagiarized a football coach's speech. I almost don't care.
I know. I don't really
Trump
care about it that much. I especially don't care about it as much as I care about the fucking dean of Harvard.
The dean of Harvard
getting her PhD based on
her
dozens and dozens of plagiarized papers.
Yeah,
and she even underperformed in that. She didn't produce very many papers. Supposedly.
Oh yeah, I mean, you expect. I mean, doesn't politicians like? Okay, nobody counts on them being serious academic scholars and honest and all that stuff. But yeah, like you think the dean of Harvard like should at least be a legitimate scholar. You know, maybe not the best scholar, but at least a legitimate scholar.
Well,
but instead, we have an outright fraud.
Politicians routinely have speech writers. I don't think that academics should have speech writers. I think we look up to them, you know, in theory, to write speeches.
Who looked up all the whataboutisms?
That was me.
You looked him up.
Yeah, I saw it,
and I was like, "Whataboutism" in the thread.
Yeah, I saw it, and I was like, you know what? I bet he's accused people of whataboutism like 1,000 fucking times.
Oh, this is all in the past.
Oh, you just searched it.
This one.
Yeah, you just can search what they have tweeted.
I thought it was maybe just defending himself in that exact thread.
Yeah, that's how I read it, but I wouldn't look real close at that.
I saw him this week get into a thing about some people. Everybody's cotton on to that he projects and just endlessly projects. And then I saw him repeat that that's just your way of saying I know you are, but what am I?
I know. It's funny to me how often he repeats the same stupid things.
Yeah, if you're using these big word that transgressive thing, that word that we used last week, he pulls that one out too.
Yeah, he likes that one.
And it's a ridiculous thing if you're pulling like a great big $10 word out, but then just reusing it the same way again and again and again.
Especially when you're trying to be articulate. Like if you're trying to be articulate and you're using a word that you know most people aren't gonna know, then maybe that's an issue.
If you got like a Christopher Hitchens or something like that, and he drops that word once. Yeah. And then never comes back to it again. You're like, that's a dude with vocabulary.
There's a bunch of like Hitchens one drops. Like I mean, there's one.
And Dan McClellan
extirpate. I had to look up extirpate because I didn't know what that was.
And Dan McClellan, he forms a catchphrase that sounds like a smarty pants, and then just reuses it and reuses it and reuses it.
Yeah.
And I guarantee that most of those two are things that float around the divinity school. Like he probably didn't come up with them at all himself. Like so much of his thinking, like he's all just cathedral regurgitation.
Yeah, he doesn't strike me as an original thinker.
He does to other people who haven't come across the crap before.
Yeah, wow, that's he does a lot of that. You guys
heard about this renegotiating the text thing?
Oh my goodness! Well, guess what? There's a whole other radical floating around out there.
A new radical.
A new radical. His name's Don Bradley, and he's on Ward Radio.
Oh, geez. Dude, I listened to that.
Did you listen to the whole thing?
Because, like, you know, I'm not sure about the guy's history and stuff. Like, you guys seem to know more about him.
I don't know
like,
about him.
You weren't kidding. Like, the way that, like, I mean, because that just sounds like fucking like neo-Marxist entryism, his whole thing. Like the whole interpretation, and just the way that Cardin and Quig were like, "Oh yeah," lapping it up.
It's kind of funny because here and there they drop in the middle, like this sounds like the French Revolution. Gee, they say it like here and there.
So Don Bradley, he's more knowledgeable on like early Mormon polygamy than probably anyone, because Brian Hales, when he was compiling his volumes on Joseph Smith's polygamy, he hired Don Bradley to do research for him. And it was kind of like an interesting thing because Brian Hales is a believing Mormon, and Don Bradley was an ex-Mormon atheist. And it's a little bit wild to me that, like, I watched the one where he's explaining his reconversion to Mormonism to him, and I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense, because what he said was that he's the one that figured out that during the whole Joseph Smith Fanny Aldra affair, that, you know, Oliver Cowdery supposedly described it as a dirty, nasty, filthy affair.
Scrape.
But yeah, when he went back and found it, he found that somebody had edited it, and the word that they edited it from was scrape. instead of affair. And he's like, and that's one of the big things that changed my mind. I was like, okay, first off, that's a stupid thing to change your mind, because does that mean he's not banging her? And because all it is,
that's a total non sequitur.
But also, you found that out like in 20. When did he write them? It was like 2012 when they were researching this. So he found this out around 2012, and then like he reconverts like years later based on that thing. I don't understand it.
Yeah, that's
because Brian Hales loved that. Brian Hales thought it was this slam dunk. Like, see, they didn't use the word affair. It's like, honestly, when he said the word affair, I thought he just meant like thing that happened. Like I thought it meant like they were banging. Like, but I don't think he meant to say.
I don't suspect that the usage of that word has changed all that much.
Well, no, but also like I'm just saying, like it was probably if he was puking or something like that, he also would have been like, it was a nasty affair, like something gross was happening.
Yeah. Well, this the whole thing about.
I'm not saying that they're like. I think they were definitely banging in the barn.
Like the Cardin apologetic about that. It's like, well, that could mean anything. It's like it's so stupid. It's like this Occam's razor. It's like, well, let's see. It was an adult man and a 14-year-old girl, and they were sneaking around. I'm sure it was business. I'm sure it was a stock deal.
The thing is, though, is that they're
a bank robbery. It wasn't anything sexual. Yeah.
They're now on the level of just like totally accepting that, and they actually argue with some of those people who try to deny it ever happened. As no, he definitely had it, because there's that whole other school of people who somebody's asking right there what the topic is. I titled it Entryism. I don't know if we'll stay on Entryism the whole night, but there's a thread between all these things that we've already hit on, just kind of naturally swinging into them. And what it is that gay lady who got up to the top of Harvard, Dan McClellan, and the crap he's doing. And I'm going to slightly try to point to this Bradley guy doing it here with the Midnight Mormons. I don't think they're completely oblivious to it, but I mean, they're rolling with it. Look at this. I'm going to collect on this. I'm going to collect on this challenge here.
We are going to have a competition because we just recorded this awesome new podcast with Don Bradley that has to do with the revolutionary new reading of First Nephi 1:1. And as Nephi, as a radical, okay, as just a revolutionary person who put the Jewish world of 6th century BC just on its head, okay. Anybody that uses a clip from this upcoming video that's going to be released literally within a couple of hours of me recording this, anybody that has video or photographic proof of them using this video in their lesson is going to get a free t-shirt from Ward Radio. I
want my t-shirt. Here it comes. We want our t-shirts, Ward Radio t-shirts. We're going to all be wearing our Ward Radio t-shirts because I'm going to be the first one to use this in a lesson. And the lesson's on Entryism.
Nice.
If
you have any Midnight Mormon t-shirts, I'll take them instead. I'll have any in a box somewhere we can't use.
Oh, we will. If you guys have leftover Midnight Mormon t-shirts, I'd take those.
Can we just be the Midnight Mormons now?
Oh, that's a good name. That's a good name.
They're not using it.
You should just change the channel name for like a month.
So this guy's coming out of academia, and there's been several different podcasts lately where, so they had the one talking about the woke pope. They had the one talking about a couple different things. And this guy, when they talked about the woke pope, he acted completely oblivious to what wokeness is. And he's like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. What is this even, And you get somebody coming out.
Don Bradley played dumb? Oh, yeah. Bullshit.
And he says he acted like, well, it's just diversity and inclusion. Like I just saw this big post by Mark Cuban trying to describe why diversity and inclusion is good after the what's her name? Geigh. What's her first name?
Claudine.
I won't remember that.
But that was funny because when you said that gay lady, and I want to be like, that gay lady isn't gay, by the way.
Well, I liked the quip that the Lotus Eaters used today. They said we prayed the gay away. So here's Mark.
I can't believe Babylon B didn't jump on that.
Look at Mark Cuban saying, "Let me help you give my thoughts on DEI," and then he gives this like, "Diversity is good for being. Look, equity is derpa. Inclusion, one of my favorite things, is great employees reduce stress around others. That's why DI is like healthcare. We don't need to read it. You know what he's saying.
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
saying
This is Mott and Bailey shit.
He's saying the complete Mott, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I heard Don Bradley do when they were asking about what the woke pope is. Like, so I first started going like, this guy's coming out of academia. Then there's been a couple different episodes where he talks about if you're not an academic historian, you got no right to, some of the same sort of stuff you start hearing out of Dan. And then this whole thing comes out, and right from the start, they're just, first off, anybody, they have, to their credit, after this, they released one about intellectuals. And here, listen to this. They talked about intellectuals and how they're the troublesome people, and they have Jacob Hansen there talking about how like the lefties or whatever. But listen to what Kwaku says right here. This might be sacrilege forever.
Like, I still don't know who an intellectual is.
They are people.
So he's playing. My comment's probably right at the top of this. I say Kwaku's role lately has been to play the new hatchling barely born to the world when any discussion of the ridiculous intellectual class is mentioned.
Well, as I defined earlier, Thomas Sowell talks about it as people whose primary product is ideas. Okay, the thing, like if you're a plumber, you produce like pipes and houses that are running the hot water, right? If you're a football,
what really is a plumber though? Like, can you define plumber?
That's a different one. Yeah, well, you're getting into the nitty gritty, man. But listen what he says about Thomas Sowell. Like, I missed the point. It's like right here. Listen to this.
Quote from
Who are those heroes?
Thomas Sowell, for one.
Wait, it's a weird way to pronounce liar. Keep going. Oh my gosh!
Whoa, what?
Yeah, I think I already knew that he doesn't.
All right,
Okay,
receipts,
Kwaku.
Kwaku, receipts.
Yeah, I'm calling your bluff, Kwaku.
That's
We
all
need
he
to
says
get
about
him to
that
come
one.
back on and just we'll just talk
But-
about that for 5 hours.
Yeah.
So they had this good episode where they're, he's just talking about like some of the problems what they do, and Thomas Sowell's book on intellectuals, which they never have to test their theories, and then they can just keep their positions and that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
But,
there's no, like, I can't remember exactly how to put it, but like they pay no penalty for being wrong. And that's how because they stay in power for decades, because it doesn't matter. You can be wrong for decades.
So I was in literary grad school, and whenever you heard somebody coming out saying stuff like this,
This book is meant to be read as countercultural. We have misread it. In light
saying that,
Jacob.
that you heard that phrase 80 bajillion times. And you
Actually,
heard
Nephi
somebody
with the
say,
feminist
"Stop the presses.
weird."
We've been reading this wrong."
Hey, so what is it? We needed to read it as a revolutionary. Say it again.
A counterculture.
Yeah. So is that the end it came to pass of critical theory?
Yeah, it's the hey guys, I thought real hard about a book and I figured out how to convert it into my propaganda. And Jared was asking, like, why does this guy suddenly, who's an atheist, ex-Mormon for a long time, suddenly go running back to the church? One of the things I said when I was on Jacob Hansen's podcast is that if I go running back to the church and it's for political reasons, you should be wary of me. But Cardin Kwaku and these sorts of guys, like this guy, well, now I'm a believer. Well, you're back in the tribe. You wrote a book. You're in, back in. And you guys are still out. But we're saying, like, we're keeping our politics, like, we're keeping what's supposed to be out. And you have entryists entering in and bringing in what's political. And that's what Quick's been pointing at and talking to. But I don't know. They're not completely dumb to it. He's doing it. But I'm telling you, this guy might not even be aware of it. Like, I've been 100% aware. He's slightly aware. He might not be as Machiavellian as Dan McClellan. But that's what you're trained to become when you go to humanities grad school. You're trained to become this.
When I was talking to my brother, who was in humanities grad school at the time, because I know that he's not Machiavellian calculating it, but like he does the exact same thing. We just played dumb. Just went, what are you even talking about? I didn't even know. I've never heard these words. It's like, oh, fuck you. Like right there in front of him with my phone, I pulled up the department's website that he was getting a degree from at that moment. and went to their fucking glossary. I'm like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, how are you pretending like you've never heard this before? But it's just he's doing that hatchling bullshit.
So, in what way is the Book of Mormon counterculture? How does he explain that?
So he explains that it's all inverted. So here's a little piece of it. And one of the things to remember about Maoism, and a lot of what people call wokeness is American Maoism, which you should understand it as that, is that the children are supposed to teach the adults. And he starts pushing this, that's how you're supposed to read First Nephi, because it's an inversion of the gerontocracy.
Very first sentence of the book.
Wow.
The first sentence.
Okay, yeah.
So it's taking our expectation, the oldest, okay. But here, the guy in charge of the throne, the youngest is not the birthright, naturally the birthright child, that's the oldest, okay. But here, the guy in charge, the guy telling us the story, the guy who's the ruler is the youngest. Where do we get that? We get it in the very first sentence of the book.
Wow.
The first sentence.
Okay, yeah.
So it's taking our expectation of like primogeniture, right, ruled by the or sort of gerontocracy, if you will.
He's treating the Book of Mormon like it's literature, like
Mm-hmm.
it's literature meant to subvert your expectations, not an actual historical book.
Yeah.
See what I guess God was the author or something, like see what God did with this character development thing.
Oh, and it's flipping it.
So I was saying this like with the Barbie thing last week, because like I even saw it happen again. Michael Malice was mentioning it this week, and you get like a little bit of a hint. I don't think Michael Malice actually meant this, but you get a hint that he thinks that the writers of Barbie intentionally put these subversive right-wing messages in there.
Oh, no way.
And you go, no, that stuff was accidental, that they didn't notice the implications of their own stuff.
Yeah.
If you tell a story, you can accidentally, like if you tell a story well enough, you can accidentally tell a good story, even if what you're trying to tell is a shitty story. And like, I don't know, we brought it up, the production value and stuff like that in Barbie was fine. The message of oppression, it as a self-contained thing is fine to a degree, because it reflects reality in no way. But if reality was that way, then then the narrative of the film might make sense, and you might accidentally make Ken look like a hero, but it's all on accident. It's
accidental. Yeah, it's just something in there, and it's also creative. It's creative by the critical person who wants to read that into it. The eisegesis of that we can go make some creative addition or creative take on anything, which is what Marxists have been training us all to do in colleges for 60 years. That's why I put the picture of the podcast today is Days Without a Marxist Event 0, because as many times as I heard them like, we need a radical new way of reading this, it meant something else entirely. As many times I heard that, as many times said to myself, even in my young 20s, is this what they meant? Was that written in there? Is that what did they really mean that? And but if they did or didn't, or even if it was intentional, when the Marxist was reading out of it for their political purposes, and I am not yet calling this guy some Marxist. I mean, I guess calling him an entryist kind of is, but what it is he's academia, intellectual cathedral, showing you how to do an academia cathedral reading of a book.
Isn't it? It might be an apocryphal story, but isn't there like some story about, I don't know, Kurt Vonnegut or something like that, famously getting into an argument with a grad student about the meaning of a book he wrote? And like, so, and he's like, yeah, there's like, I can't remember exactly. I mean, like I said, I'm pulling this off from memory, but like apparently there's some famous. This is a story I've told. And it's like, yeah, and I want to say Kurt Vonnegut, it might be somebody else. But yeah, like literally standing and talking to this kid's like, I wrote the book. I didn't say any of that, And the kid's like, no, you don't understand. Like, and he's doing the whole Marxist reading thing you're talking about. It's like, no, you don't get it. Like, this is actually this. Yeah.
I can't wait till you die so I can tell everybody this is what it's about.
Yeah.
So one of the papers that I wrote that's technically published, although it's just in a stupid journal at the grad school at the U.
I can't find it. I can't find it online.
Yeah, who knows if they put that stuff on. It was just like a dumb little class published journalism thing that we all put it in some fake book that they sold to the library that just gets put inside of. It doesn't even go on the library. It goes inside of, like, you have to purchase the whatchamacallit, the databases of all the people's shitty writings to get a hold of them.
I just had the stupidest thought, but like, because I was thinking, about the burning of the Library of Alexandria, and it's like, maybe it wouldn't be too bad if they just burned the Marriott. And then I thought, like, maybe that's what actually happened in the ancient world. Is that like it was
all
just
they did
full
is
of woke
burn a
shit.
bunch of shitty derivative.
Like it was just a bunch of woke shit, and they burned it all, and we're all better off because of it.
So when I was trying to figure out how to do one of these readings, like this guy's showing us how to do here, that's why I frequently joke, like James Lindsay's read all the big names, all the people who actually changed theory and ideas like this. But I've read, at least back then, more than anybody of other people's shitty papers at my level. And because I was trying to figure out how they do it, I was even just trying to copy it or even see if I could maybe plagiarize, not exactly plagiarize, but I was saying, like, how do these guys form these? I want to see how to form these. How do they make these friggin' papers? So I read a bunch of them trying to figure out what the form of it was. But what I was saying in that thing is I was trained, I've talked to you guys about it before, of this dumb Marxist concept of reinforcement of the hegemony, which the reinforcement of the hegemony was, I was there claiming that the Trickster of Seville, written in, I don't remember now, I was supposed to learn everything about the book, it's like 1700 something, maybe even earlier than that, that in the Trickster of Seville, the person really meant the subversive message. And when the Catholic reinforcement of hegemony, like he gets his comeuppance for his tricksterisms, that wasn't the
masculinity.
The meaning of the book was the first two acts where he was actually, being subversive. And the thing at the end was only done to appease, right? And that's just pulled 1630. Yeah, that's just pulled right out of my butt.
I love how that's always the goal, is to make it look like the message wasn't actually the message. And the way that you do that is say that the final act didn't count. Yes. And you're like, wait, you mean the part with character development, like where he finally completes his character arc?
The denouement, the end of the story, all that stuff. No. That's just tacked on to mask its true meaning. But I also like to think that because you say you pull it out of your butt, which is really remarkable because you contributed to human knowledge from your butt. That's really something.
Yeah. And so when I pulled that out of my butt, which I was trained to make that pulling from my butt, like I didn't come up with the idea of, Chris Hanna didn't invent the concept of this reinforcement of the hegemony. It's just a lie. It's just a trick to make the masses appease. I was taught that concept, and I was told to take it to some book that nobody taken it to yet. Right.
So I don't know who this guy is to Don Bradley's right, but his facial expressions are fucking awesome.
He keeps that's the what they call him, the award, whatchamacallit, but he joked that he's the clerk.
The clerk. I don't know him, but he keeps looking at him like, what the fuck? I don't think he's
he does say, I'll pull it up where they do say, this sounds French Revolution. Actually, I think it's coming up right here.
Okay.
I don't think they're completely oblivious to it. And I think there's a reason they dropped that thing about intellectuals right after this one. Like I'm not fully throwing them under the bus that they kind of don't. But why are they making this the contest of the thing to put out there? I mean, maybe they're trying to just reach all people, lefties and righties or whatever.
And so we actually get this from the characters in the Book of Mormon even. So you've got Nephi's brothers say, right, our brother Nephi has taken it upon him to be our ruler and our teacher, who are his elder brethren. So they recognize, well, we're the ones in charge. We're the ones with the religious and political authority. Like, why is our younger brother presuming to rule over us?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And
this is super French Revolution. I'm digging it.
Right. And Nephi,
hopefully it doesn't end up that French Revolution.
Yeah,
it does if you keep that reading going. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm throwing them some toss that they're sniffing it out. You guys are sniffing it out. Like, come on. But weird. Yeah, I don't get why they're running with it, because it just keeps going with that. But that is the whole thing of inverting authority. That's straight up everything that's pushed by the pedagogy of the oppressed.
Yeah, I don't know how you have to read this stuff as revolutionary, because even if you So even if you go with the framework that the elder brothers should be in charge or whatever, even if that's your exact mind frame, clearly anybody who thinks that would also think that every now and then the elder brothers are going to fail or be laymen's and lemuels. I mean, Nephi told him he's going to build a boat, and their immediate reaction was like, I guess we got to fucking kill him. So clearly, like, they're failures, right? But I don't know why you then turn around and say, oh, see, this was purposefully subversive. You're acting like, again, he's supposedly reconverted Mormon, acting like this is fiction. This is literature.
Yeah, and there's more than that. This is just one little bit of it, that the inversion of the thing. But every single one of the things that he reads into it are things that you get from your typical 1960s radical person out of the Marcuse school who tells us what's radical. And at this point in time, it's hardly radical anymore. This is the conservative academic view. That's the hegemony. I was gonna kind of joke
that
about
is as mainstream as it can be right now.
Yeah, not radical anymore. But I mean, Cardin maybe saves it in his competition because he says it was radical for the Jews at the time. But that's also imagining, like Jared saying, that Joseph Smith was actually some literary person who was there writing Maoism in 1910, 1930, 1920.
I think it's just far more likely that Joseph was the younger sibling.
Yeah,
and he wrote himself as Nephi. And
I mean, there's already that great passage.
Damn you! Flip.
There's already that great passage where they go back in time and they're like, "There's gonna be a super fucking awesome guy, and he's gonna be named after you, Joseph. To be named like you. He's gonna be so fucking cool and smart and sexy. He's gonna get all the bitches."
You know, I want to do a sketch of that scene of Joseph receiving that part of the story. And I want it to be like, basically, you write the script, but Andy Samberg. You'll be so cool. And you, Joseph, you will be the great and powerful one. Isn't that so awesome?
Back when Morgan was still like running her channel more, I was too lazy to do it, but I wanted to do a skit where the apologists will always talk about how, and Joseph really, really didn't want, he argued with the angels saying, I don't want to do this polygamy thing. And they had to come back 3 times, and they had to come back with a sword and say, you'll die if you don't bang this 16-year-old. And I always wanted to do like a 1920s radio voice Joseph with like, and I tell him, no, God, I will not fuck that teenager. I will not grab her luscious tits. I told him that, Emma. I told him. I do not want to fuck that girl. I don't want to fuck a harem of beautiful women.
God tried to make me have sex with teenagers, but I'm too cool.
I told him no. He came back with he said he would kill me. I still won't do it. I won't stand for it, Emma.
Going back to that. So there was like some movie recently that Bill Burr put out where they're in this company that he owns with his friends, and they're all older guys who just aren't down with the woke stuff. And then there's this book called American Fiction, this movie called American Fiction coming out, where this whole thing is like ripping on supposed wokeness, that they just want a black guy who writes about his wokeness. But in these two things, now that the new hegemony is what it is, I guarantee you the reinforcement of the hegemony happens the other way. Like the first 2 acts are where Bill Burr resists the wokeness, but by the end of it, I'm sure he gets a Mark Cuban view of it. And this guy's gonna reveal, fight the wokeness or called out by this, but I'm sure by the end of it, he'll have a critical race theory reinforcement by the now that there's a new hegemony, watch for how, like, even if something's subversive in the first 2 acts, and we automatically, maybe this was all different back in the 60s when there really was kind of conservative writing, and then they would, or 1600s, and they really would try to find meaning in the first 2 acts. This is how they read everything by Jane Austen ever. And I was going along with it from them for years. And then one day when I was watching a bunch of Mormon women watch Jane Austen, I realized that it's not the first 2 acts for them at all. They love the reinforcement of the hegemony at the end. But we might go watching these movies, loving the whole thing of like, oh, he's dunking on the wokeness. Like Chapelle just came out, that he's dunking on the transgenders or whatever and all that sorts of thing. But those things will have a reinforcement of hegemony in a different way because there's a new hegemony. at the end of all those nowadays. Like that's how you know the hegemony's different. Like watch for third acts, you know, and watch for people saying this was great because of the first 2 acts. Forget the ending. Forget the ending. First act. Which is basically what they do with Bart.
That 2-minute clip of the new Dave Chappelle thing. Like, I think that was absolutely brilliant because it was funny, and like that is a sentiment that I've been trying to express for years. Yeah, and because he's a super genius, he was able to do that so well. But like that's basically how I feel about it. Like that's one of those things. Like, I mean, I think we're going to talk about it. The stuff that Jonathan's beautiful troubles on the Mormon stories thing. But like, because I mean, every single time he posts something, a bunch of people call him a transphobe, and it's like, that's one of those things where it's like that's not just wrong. It's like so completely, stupidly backwards, unbelievably wrong. Like it's like I don't want to say unforgivably wrong, but like it's not like it's not just a throwaway fuck you. Like it's one of those things where it's like but also it's just like you don't know how wrong you are about that. But that's the thing. It's like I get accused of being a transphobe, but that's things like that. Like what Dave Chappelle says about that whole thing is like with this whole story about meeting Jim Carrey when he's in character as Andy Kaufman, and just like I want to meet you. I can't. I wanted to meet the real you. But instead I met this other person that everybody just says, no, just call him Andy. I'm already doing a terrible job of just look up Dave Chappelle's little 2-minute clip. You'll find it.
Yeah, that's the thing. He talks
absolutely
about
brilliant.
Having to pretend that he's actually Andy Kaufman.
Yeah, like
just how obviously, blatantly stupid that is to everyone.
Yeah, like when he tell and in the story where he's like Jim Carrey, and everybody goes like the other people around him, go whoa, and it's exactly like the trans thing now, like where it's like no, it's the other people who are jumping in and going hey, you don't say that, and it's like so it's socially enforced, that thing that they pretend the ex-Mormons pretend to dislike about Mormons.
It's socially enforced by like the supposed adults in the room too, because you could make an argument that like Jim Carrey was out of his fucking mind or something like that, or going crazy because he thought he was channeling the literal Andy Kaufman.
Oh, I've heard some stuff that he was a nightmare during that time.
No, there's a whole documentary on it, but you could make the argument that he worked himself into enough mental illness that he started to believe it. And the problem is nobody told him, hey man, calm the fuck down. You're not actually Andy Kaufman. And that's the exact issue with this is that nobody's saying, look, I'm fine with you dressing as a woman. I'm fine with you pretending to be a woman, but you're not. Like you actually can't be. It's just impossible. And
I'm even willing to pretend along.
Yeah,
but only up to a point. No, like as long as we're both, we both know we're pretending, but it's the part where, that's things where it breaks down is where they tell me that I'm bad person and that I'm harming them because if I refuse to pretend.
Well, you won't pretend all the way. That's kind of the problem too, is I almost feel like if you pretend at all, then of course we end up here. Like we pretended along to a certain degree. Like, I'll use she, her pronouns. What's the next thing that's going to happen? Like the very, they treat me like a woman in every way. Well, except they don't let me in the women's bathroom. Okay, I'm going into the women's bathroom now. Okay, I'm playing women's sports now. You said I was a woman. And then we're stuck in this thing where we're like, we were pretending. We got sunk costs into this.
Actually, Jared, it's just about being human, right?
It's called empathy. Maybe try it sometime.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. I have a lot of sympathy. Like I talk about it all the time is watching the story of that Jazz Jennings kid.
Oh my God.
That's tragic. I have like a soft spot for that kid. And I excuse, like, he says a lot of dumb shit. I excuse all of it. I'm like, this kid has just totally been fucked by his piece of shit parents and by pieces of shit around him that told him he was a girl.
I think someday, because in the same way that we look back at the Roman Colosseums, I'm like, I can't believe that they did that for popular public consumption. I hope one day somebody looks at because that the story of Jazz Jennings by itself is so tragic. But it's all been put on TV for like 10 years. And the more tragic it gets, the more they want it on TV. And it's just yeah, our civilization is so barbaric.
Somebody's going to be digging up. Somebody's going to be digging up the remnants of our civilization 1,000 years from now, and they're going to find that clip where Jazz Jennings' mom comes into the room and says, "You haven't been dilating. If you don't dilate, I'm going to lube this up and I'm going to shove it in your vagina myself." And they're going to be like,
"Yeah,
whoa, what the fuck?"
Violent sexual child abuse. Like she's literally threatening it on. And they put it on TV.
If you don't shove this into your wound, it'll heal.
And then they put it on TV and run advertisements after it.
Oh, no.
It's the most horrible thing.
Somewhere in this podcast, Jared, with Helen Joyce and Henrik Beckham podcast, she goes into detail. I don't think I can find it right now, but she goes into detail if people want to look it up about her agreement with goes all the way back to the beginning, who first started just kind of saying okay, we're going to play along with this delusion, and there's just no end to it. But
no, that's just what I've been saying that forever now, is that every time I get on, I don't know, every time somebody's trying to be the reasonable person and say look, I'm trying, guys, but I don't think you should be able to beat the shit out of women in MMA. I don't think that's fair. What they're saying is you don't actually think this person is a woman. And the trans people are right when they say that, by the way. They always say when you tell me I can't do that, that means you actually don't see me as a woman. And they try to defend themselves oh, yes, I do. Yes. No, you don't. They're right. The transgender people are right when they say that. You don't see them as a woman. Yeah. And nobody does.
Yeah, here's her saying that.
Retired psychiatric nurse. So he'd worked in inpatient facilities, people with very severe mental illness. And he said, when you're training in that job, there's something they teach you, which is never, ever, even once, validate the delusion. And he said, if you do that, and the expression, it just stuck in my mind, you will lose control of the ward. So what he's imagining is a situation
of the ward radio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to hear more about that story.
I think she was thinking about it in there, but I'm listening to that podcast.
I think she's referencing somebody else. I want to talk to whoever she was hearing that from.
It's the only place where we think that it's okay to foster delusion. Well, okay, we're actually getting to the point where we're okay doing it. I mean, we got that lady like 8 years ago or so from the UK who says she's trans blind, and she actually found a licensed therapist who was willing to help her pour drain cleaner into her eyeballs.
Jeez.
Well, but this actually gets into some of the stuff of Jonathan's poking the bear, and that's what we've always been kind of looking at, the weird comparison to that too, because Jonathan's poking what he's been poking about the past week is some of the stuff we've been poking about, but he's kind of going more directly to the beehive and doing it.
Most of us are banned from the beehive.
I've been out for almost 8 years.
I'm not, but the last couple of times I started commenting on Jonathan's, he wanted it to remain open for them to say what they were saying, and I came in too blazing hot. So
I wonder, I'd love to see the data, but I bet you that I have been ex-Mormon longer than most of the people on ex-Mormon have been ex-Mormon.
Yeah.
It's been almost a decade since I've been thrown out of that organization.
I don't know if I shared enough of that clip. There's more from that Don Bradley guy. And once again, he hasn't outwardly expressed, I'm for sure Marxist. What I'm just saying is that all smells like it. It just smells like entryism. And it's just been a couple things noticed across a couple podcasts. And I don't think that they're completely oblivious to it. Maybe they're trying to be cautious with it. But that dude's just an academic. Watch out for academics, and watch out for academics who suddenly out of nowhere get really super interested in your religion again. And if we've always been talking about who's a friend and who's an enemy, maybe us staying out of your religion are more friends than the people rejoining your religion with alternative motives.
Yeah, if I would have thought about it,
maybe we're more friends.
I would have put my name as Exodist.
Yeah. It's kind of just, it's hard to describe it. It's hard to describe it. Us respecting you and our liberal, libertarian, or whatever view of right to religiosity is maybe more friend than somebody who comes and joins your thing with an intent to turn it into an authoritarian nightmare. So starting off on this, I'm gonna just go. This was just a street epistemology with Sargon that just dropped today, and they asked him about reconversion to Christianity. Sargon's like an interesting guy for me because he's kind of like part of that whole dissident right, post liberalism thinking type stuff. But he's remained like, I'm not going to go pretend to convert to anything. He's remained atheistic.
Something you said. So Ayaan Hirsi Ali is now a Christian. Rob Schneider is a Christian. More and more people in the quote unquote anti-woke space are becoming Christian, and then more and more people. We've seen a rather stark rise. So the claim is, and I'll step out of the way, it is a good thing that more people are becoming Christians. Move. Wow, you're on strongly agreeing in it, Carl. You're on agree. Why do you strongly agree? And are you a Christian yourself?
I am, yes. But recently. So I was brought up like a liberal, secular subject. My parents are slightly pagan, if anything, which I have a great deal of affection for, because at least it's a sort of belief and commitment in nature and, the reality of the world, right? So I'd say I'm like a pagan Christian, which is not really.
I don't think all those
possible,
other religions.
But it's fine. People come to God through all kinds of strange, means. And I'm totally pro people converting. People were attacking Ayaan Hirsi Ali, but I don't see the problem at all, and she no doubt has a personal conversion story. She was telling a civilizational story. I think, the world as it's presented to us in this regime is like a bureaucratic, materialistic, liberal, individualistic world, right? With no horizon, nothing outside of it. It's just this kind of, hedonic hamster wheel. It's incredibly depressing. It's incredibly nihilistic. We saw during lockdown this, the idea that that was it. The state was just there. Everything was bureaucratic. I think anybody who can see beyond that, like in a religious way, anyone who can see that there's more to life than the state and this kind of, mundane existence is onto something, right? And I think that
even if that wasn't Christianity,
I would say Christianity makes sense in the West. This is why Ayaan Hirsi Ali was correct to make it a civilizational point, because it's partly to do with the way that developed in particular places, right? In relation to the secular, in relation to, various traditions and so on, and even the churches where they are located and so on, like stem out of an organic reality of the country.
You think it's a good thing. You agree that it's a good thing that.
Can I move over? Slightly agree.
You can move anywhere you want. Just something that you say push you the other way.
No. I was reflecting on it myself. I do agree that it would be a good thing if more people were Christian. I'm an atheist because I was born and raised in a secular liberal society. But I think that it won't really make a difference in the long run, because I think that the actual lived reality of what people are actually doing isn't really very Christian. In his notes on culture, T.S. Eliot talks about revealed religions, and the revealed religion is what you do on a daily basis and how you do it, the character that informs all of this. And actually, if you look at the Islamic world, a lot of it is very revealingly Islamic, but very little of the West is actually revealed to be Christian. It seems that the materialistic Enlightenment has really destroyed any spiritual sense of community and nationhood that our country once had, and I don't think it's coming back. And so it seems like a kind of lament when people convert to Christianity now to me, which
I was pulling that up first because with the whole side of that postmodern right that we've talked about before, and it's not like capital P postmodern, although they will pull a little bit from some of those postmodernists. It's just postmodern, like we're talking about after modernity, and there's a lot of them who politically reconvert. They are not sincere. They're not honest in their conversion. They're finding political angles in it. And in the way they're maybe in the right wing sense of stuff, doing a Dan McClellan to whatever their religions are. But
for some reason, Candace Owens springs to mind.
We're not saying Dan McClellan is the only entryist, and like there's right wing entryism. Well, that's kind of what James Lindsay's been on a little bit lately. Like there's right wing entryists into your religion, and anybody kind of entering it for political reasons.
Candace Owens making fun of Nikki Haley kind of threw me for a loop, because that feels like something that she wouldn't do, because she doesn't really do things against her orthodoxy.
She's done some interesting stuff.
I don't know. I hate defending Candace Owens because
I don't think she's right on the Israel stuff exactly, but I think it's been hilarious how she's dared to disagree with Shapiro on Shapiro's channel about that stuff.
Of course, it might be a power move too. She could be doing
That's
that. I don't
true.
know, but
Yeah,
I
can you
definitely
imagine
don't.
like as soon as Shapiro fires the black lady?
It's not like his audience. I mean, they'll be mad that he fired Candace because they like her for some godforsaken reason.
I just mean you can imagine how the left would run with that.
So, should I pull the actual pictures of Jonathan's bear pulling, or do you think it's all right to pull the actual posts?
I guess technically it's a private group. We're not supposed to.
So I'll just pull the pictures that he shared. The first one he shared was well, first thing he did was the criticism one with that ball of the sphere, the perfect sphere.
Oh yeah, that one was funny.
I think that one got posted to Thoughtful Faith. Nobody cares if I share from Thoughtful Faith, right?
That one was insane.
For some reason, the people in Thoughtful Faith have nothing to hide.
Well, first I gotta share that. Hate to do this, but in his spare time, he makes gay paintings of us.
Jonathan, yeah.
There's a Diet Coke in there. I didn't even notice that. Oh my gosh, I gotta put that up. That's awesome. I was barfing about it because it was like all green and stuff, but I didn't even notice the Diet Coke. And so this seems to be one of his pastimes.
Yeah.
Oh, and Kevin just gorgeous as always.
I know. That's the funniest thing. Queer feminist Marxist art is always just fucking ugly.
Yeah.
But it can't. Even queer feminist Marxist art can't make Kevin ugly. Even King of the Hill couldn't make Kevin ugly.
So this is one of them. I'll go find the one about the sphere and all that sorts of stuff. But
man, this one
posting he's a top contributor in Mormon Stories. He posts, "There's no wrong way to ex-Mormon."
And by the way, this was in a direct reply to something else he said, where he says, "Stop telling people how to be ex-Mormon correctly," or something like that.
Yeah, it was somebody.
Stop telling how. Yeah.
Somebody said that in response, and I remember we were
no
talking
wrong way
about it, and we're like, "Hang on a second, I bet this guy thinks there's wrong ways to ex-Mormon."
Like, he does. I mean, I immediately said like, I bet you they can think of a few wrong ways.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but I think that sort of picture is a reference to other pictures about like all the things you support, like the way that's colored wording.
Jonathan is brilliant, and he lifts directly from their materials and just says, "Okay, well, let's turn it around."
Yeah,
and they hate that.
I'm not looking at the screen. Read the rest of them for me.
There's no wrong way to ex-Mormon. Conservative, stay in the church. Gender critical, MLK colorblind. Pro-capitalist, non-feminist egalitarian. Pro-Western liberalism, religious Christian.
And then he fixed it really quick, so where he added pro-marriage monogamy.
Yeah, I know he did. He changed it. He put monogamy.
He added that one because like you gotta have that one.
And it's funny, like, because I'm not in the group. I just saw some of the screenshots, and some of the people, like, you can tell they're just like gritting their teeth, trying to be like, yeah, there's no wrong way to ex-Mormon. And I knew the answer was going to come, that somebody was going to like angrily type up like, well, there's no wrong way to ex-Mormon, but it depresses me that people who can deconstruct their Mormonism can't go on to deconstruct patriarchy and systems of oppression. And I'm just like, this is orthodoxy. Yeah. This is you thinking there's a covenant path, like a correct path.
When you hear Mormons talk about an apostate, they talk about like, it's so strange. How could somebody have gone to the temple and felt the spirit? And it's the same thing. Like they're just like, they're confused. Or like, you were a convert. How can you not believe the faith anymore? And they don't.
Risto asked, "You be an anti-trans ex-Mormon?" Well, that's what Jonathan gets declared as by a guy who always pops up to declare him as that and warn everybody whenever he comes around. And that guy I've bickered with, and Jonathan, just let him be, and I'm like, he just lets him do it. But so that one was kind of the second one. But the first, I found this is over on Thoughtful Saints, so it doesn't have all the ex-Mormons on Mormon Stories that lost their minds about it. I don't think I could pull them up anyway. But this is Jonathan pulling up the most perfect sphere in the world, and then saying that like you can still criticize how perfectly spherical it is till the end of time, and you can just get caught up in that. You can make a whole cottage industry finding more things to criticize about the perfect sphere.
You can make a 501c3.
Yeah. You can make a
Criticizing the sphere.
You can make a whole channel. You can yeah, perfectly said there. Or you can become the president of Harvard and be part of a multi-billion-dollar industry that is there to keep that alive.
So this one was great to me because it was basically just Chesterton's fence. You know, like this exists for a reason. The sphere exists for a reason. There are imperfections, and there was two comments that I actually really liked. That one of them missed the point so poorly, and then one of them almost accidentally proved the point. The one that accidentally proved the point was the one that was he was basically saying like, look, man, there's going to be scientists trying to figure out how to make the sphere more perfect, how to shave off these imperfections or whatever. It doesn't mean we should just throw the sphere out or something. And those guys are good. Yeah, don't throw the sphere out. Work on making it a little bit better, tiny, tiny little chips at a time, very carefully, slowly. And then the other guy, the funniest one ever, was like, well, the Mormon church constantly misused metaphors. So this is just a stupid metaphor, and we should throw out the concept of metaphors.
But then the vast majority of them are like, what are you talking about? The church is terrible. And that's just basically it.
Oh, yeah.
Why do you love the church? You love it so much.
Haven't you looked at Utah's youth suicide statistics?
Yeah. So Jonathan made this post.
You're okay with hoarding money.
Yeah.
Love that hoarding. Like, I don't know. Before I got thrown out of the group last time, one of the questions I asked them, what is the difference between hoarding and saving money? Nobody would play along. Like, are you hoarding? Do you have a savings account? Is that a hoard?
Jonathan made this. I posted it in there as if it were me, but he didn't want to get into arguments in the chat. He was trying to just let it be, so I posted it in there for him.
Weirdo.
And he says, well, the church is a destructive cult. Your metaphor is problematic. Read the post again. The church hurts people and the sphere doesn't. The sphere isn't actually even perfect. Do you actually think the post's about the church or the sphere? And the whole concept's just the idea of critical theory, critical stuff.
Yeah, the idea is about how to criticize things. Because I don't think they understand that deconstructionism generally leads to just throw the whole fucking thing out.
Yeah.
Like, we need to get rid of the sphere because it isn't perfect. It's this weird utopian vision. We can have perfection, and until we have it, we can't have anything.
It's one of the things that I was naive about in my earlier days in the ex-Mormon internet world, which is because, I remember in the classic Mormon expression period, and John Larson talked about how, he had a whole episode, the 10 list of 10 wrong ways to leave the church or something like that. And one of the things he talked about, how some people leave the church and they're like, well, the church was wrong about X, so they're wrong about A through Z, and end up, cheating on their spouses and getting addicted to heroin. I'm like, I'm sure that happens, but how common is that really? That they leave the church and just assume that everything they say is wrong. And then over the years, I've had to just admit, I was completely wrong. That's shockingly common. That they are literally that stupid about it. It's like, the church said this was bad, so it has to be good because Joseph made up the Book of Mormon.
Well, I remember I was mentioning it in the chat earlier that one of the things that I had to eat my words on was when it was Elder Holland wrote a letter to Todd Phillips when he left the church. Todd Phillips, you know who that is? He's the Australian guy. He was a 70. He had his second anointing and left the church, tried to sue them for his tithing money. It was a big deal.
Oh, yeah.
He was a good friend of Jeffrey R. Holland's, and Holland sent him this letter. And one of the things he said in the letter was there are smarter people than you or I who stay in the church, basically. And I was like, well, why would you even say that? Of course that's true. I mean, everybody knows that's true. Nobody's stupid enough to not think that's true. But the more I interact with ex-Mormons, the more I'm like, oh no, you actually don't know that. You don't know that, like, there are perfectly rational, reasonable, and very intelligent people who stay in the church and who leave the church. Like, I don't think intelligence skews ex-Mormon more than it skews Mormon.
Oh, absolutely not.
And I don't think a lot of these people know that, because to me that seemed obvious, but nope. I think
there's absolutely no correlation there.
I agree with Reese, though. Deconstruction is relatively easy and construction is tough.
Yes.
Steve said he told his kids about Chesterton's fence. Hopefully now they will do what I want. But the thing about Chesterton's fence too is there's more in the Chesterton's fence metaphor that you went into, is that also if the fence is supposed to stay, you still have to renew the fence.
Yeah. You have to work to maintain it.
Yeah. So if it's supposed to stay, you might also need to do something with the fence, not just leave it there. Here is the final bear poking. I think Jonathan's been on a roll.
Yeah, he's had a few over the last couple days.
But good to end on this one because it kind of gets back to the whole concept of the pragmatic following the church, which we come back to all along, all the time. But it goes in line with the stuff of, like, even the trans stuff, like what do we play along with or what don't we play along with? And I think it even kind of like ties into the diet thing, which I've been accused of that not being a very sincere thing. I won't go into detail about that, but I will tell you,
faker.
I'm a great big faker. But present, share screen. I think this is the best place that I could save it. So he posts some things which are not true are actually useful. Behind, oh gosh, why am I blanking on his name? That's Packard, right? But Packard wasn't the one who said that true quote. That was Oakes, wasn't it?
No, it was Packard.
Was it Packard?
Yeah.
I think Oakes said it at one point or another too.
Oakes said it's never okay to criticize the leaders of the church, even if the criticism is true. That's his big quote.
Okay. But Jonathan's bolstering that thing because he's looking at the pragmatic things that we've always kind of pointed at. Just saying that, like, sometimes when something's not exactly true, it can be useful. Or he's not even talking about the church. Like that's a red herring that Packard's there. And he purposely put that there as a red herring because he's not talking about the church in the post at all.
Yeah, a lot of thoughtful faith guy or thoughtful saints guys got a little butthurt about that though.
Yeah, because it's like, oh, did he say that the church isn't true? He never even said that. He never said the church isn't true either. He said, just talking in generalities, the concept of some things that bind and blind societies together in moral purpose is useful and helpful, and we deal with that, and we have to figure out how to deal with that, and we have to figure out if we're getting in the more secular world. And that's why I was talking about why I pulled up that clip from Sargon, because Sargon was pointing to, even if there's all these people who say they're Christians, I mean, they're just as in this liberal Nintendo Zog slop society that I am. And like, you're not some like ancient Christian. We're all Zog slop liberals. We're all we're trying to avoid the Zog slop, but he says, shouldn't it be just kind of more in the action of what you're doing? And one of the things that with this little diet, why I'm talking about the thing I've promised to try to do is try to act out a Mormon life, because I'm not able to necessarily act out believing. And that's the thing we've been posting or talking about in the postmodern whatever world. postmodern right world of stuff of saying, can I go act out that I believe something? No, that becomes political. But maybe I can do the actions. Maybe I can try the actions for a month or something like that. That's not being disingenuous. That's saying exactly what Sargon's saying like that. Maybe I'll try to live that way a little bit.
Disingenuous when Jackson is like, I'll pretend to be atheist, or what was his thing?
He gave up Mormonism for Lent.
Yeah. And that's the problem with like belief is like, I don't think you can fake.
You can't just give up what you actually think is true, which ironically enough, I don't think Jackson thinks Mormonism is true.
But I mean, I do believe it to be maybe Mormons, especially like Sargon's saying, like, nobody's acting like Christians. We're all just on the internet and on using the prawn and whatever. And, but maybe some Mormons do. Maybe some Mormons keep up a diet the same way I keep up a diet, and I don't look down on it because it's very hard for me. It's very hard for me to live a Mormon lifestyle. It's hard. And there's so many people in the ex-Mormon who said, I didn't leave because of that. Well, I mean, I agree. I didn't either. I was living it before. It's harder to go back to it. And I'm not saying, I'm saying I'll try it for a month and maybe just like test out what the whole world is. But it's just talking about actions because that's all I can do for you right now.
I know I could do it.
I'm going to be sincere. That's all I can do for you.
I mean, it would be a lot easier if you could believe in it. Like
I'm doing the reading.
I said I would do the month. I said I'd do the month that if people do that, and I'll do it. And Morgan even said she'd do it. So, go to church every Sunday. Don't drink. Don't smoke any. I don't know what else I have to. I'm not paying tithing. Okay. But other than that, like, I'll do it. And it would be a lot easier if I thought it was real.
Not only is it though not insincere, it's as sincere as I can be.
I'm telling you that, like, I don't believe this, but I'll do it.
Yeah, and I'll examine how my life goes. Like, I'll give an honest college try of examining how stuff feels and goes, because it's just actions. And I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm reading stuff Risto has told me to read, and all I can do is through the actions of it say, hey, I'll give you an honest assessment of how my life goes running your diet.
But I think
you give me an honest assessment of how it goes running my diet, and I don't expect you to stay on it, but maybe you'll find some use in it.
But I think anybody doubting the sincerity doesn't need this justification.
Yeah.
I don't think you need to explain yourself.
Yeah. But all I'm saying is, like, I didn't invent that thing to try to gotcha the Mormons. You can't do my diet, sort of deal. Like, I think diet's stupid too. Myself, I don't stay on that diet. It's just like a thing that, like, let's see if we can do this for a bit, just to see if we got the gumption in us or something. But if you go and eat a bunch of sugar, you haven't sinned before me. Although Flip has given you permission to involve your sins with me. If you,
no, I've been making that joke for ages. In fact, I was going to say you could do even we could have people come on as guests on the podcast if you want to do Fat Guy Confessions with Priest Chris. And you come on the podcast and you say, like, for example, I'll do it right now. Forgive me, buff guy, for I am fat. This morning, the lady from Alabama, my coworker, brought in a big pan of biscuits, which by themselves are fine. And I was eating one of the warm biscuits, and I said, "Oh, what'd be good on this is honey." And she said, "It's on the table." And I went, "Oh!" And then I put a dollop of honey on it. And then as I brought it to my mouth, I went, "Oh!" And then I went, "Ah!" And
I told the story.
Coffee. I had sugar and coffee today.
I told this story to somebody else recently. I might have said on here before, but the first time I got on stage for a competition and I was shredded, I was like 3% body fat, dangerously shredded, like passed out.
Scary.
And
I'm not exaggerating that when Chris is in that 3 weeks around a competition, you wouldn't recognize him.
I look
kind of eerie. It was so much effect on the body. It's kind of scary. Especially that first one you did, you've talked about how you nearly died doing that.
Yeah, I passed out afterwards and all this sorts of stuff. And that's, if you look up Ziz, a famous bodybuilder, ZYZZ, I experienced what he died from at 21, 22. It's just I didn't die. But I passed out afterwards from the dehydration and all this sort of stuff. And it's one of the reasons they started saying a bunch of fighters, when they do that dehydration crap, it's more dangerous than the actual fight, like that dehydration stuff. That's what I'll never do again. Like, yeah. But I remember when I was shredded, my first competition was in my 30s, you know. By that point in my life, at some point in my 20s, I'd gotten dumpy and stuff like that. And I sat there when I was sitting there shredded, and I thought about all the Reese's Pieces I'd eaten in my life, and it was a shitload. Man, I can eat some of that stuff. And I'm sitting shredded, and I'm like, so why did I hate each one of those Reese's Pieces so much in the moment? You know, like why? Like if this can just happen, why were each one of those poisoned by the guilt around it? Like, if you're going to eat the dumb thing, what I demand of you is if it's going in your mouth, no guilt in that moment. You know, like,
yeah, that's how I felt about the biscuit and honey.
Yeah. Because I really did think that, like, man, I like those Reese's Pieces, but I didn't because I was sitting there pissed at myself for eating them. So it's like the scrupulosity of eating made him like poisoned them a little bit.
Dude,
And
I just learned how to deal with shame. Like, I just had it all the time, and it just didn't bother me that much after a while. I was just like, yeah,
you just let it,
you know, whatever.
But what I'm saying is maybe this is true of sin or whatever too. Maybe this is heretical. But what I'm saying is, like, if I was sitting there shredded, why was I so upset about each one of those Reese's? Like I thought each one was gonna ruin me forever.
You know? I mean, I remember getting up at one point and like I looked in the mirror and I saw myself shirtless. I'm like, oh man, I look fucking disgusting. And Morgan's over there like, don't say that about yourself. That's not helpful. And I was like, it doesn't bother me. I don't hate myself over it. I just look fucking gross. It's just a fact. And
you remember the Louis C.K. bit about Cinnabon? He
Yes.
talks about like when you're standing in line for Cinnabon at an airport you arrived at.
Yeah. He had that old joke too that he didn't eat till he's full. He ate till he hated himself. Yeah. But you can always turn it around. So if in any current moment you're eating a thing, just enjoy the thing. Anyway, Jonathan points out the thing here, and I made a little quip afterwards that there's a paradox, which, you know, in all this whole sorts of world, we're like supposed to tell the truth as well as we can tell it. And one of the things that you just have to admit is true, which is what he's talking about here, is that there's something that seems to be, not seems, like you can put it on paper so far, more flourishing about people who follow and practice simple religion than people who don't. And you have to, I made a joke that I said, all the people who got mad about him saying this, like, this is dangerous for you to say this because that church is hurtful and harmful and harmful and hurtful. And I say, so all these people are saying that you should lie because it would be more useful. That's what they're all saying to you, because it's just true that it flourishes more. So they're asking you to do the pragmatics that you are talking about here. And I mean, I think it's a conundrum. It's a conundrum to figure out because, I mean, I don't, you know, like I've said before, is like stuff tends to go this way. It seems to go this way. You can always look at stuff in history and say, man, stuff sure seems to have cycles, but I'm also not like a historicist. Like stuff doesn't have to go like some dialectical direction for absolute sure or something like that. It just usually does, you know, but I'm not like into the fourth turning that like it happens in so many years and all that sort of deal. And
earlier this week, my dad was driving me nuts because my dad calls me up all the time. He's always been weird, but he's also old now. But he calls me up once a week for the last year and a half and goes, well, what's going to happen if they elect Donald Trump? And I'm like, Dad, they already did. You know what happens if Trump gets elected? Like, do you not remember you were there? Like, what are you worried about? Like,
I wouldn't have been able to tell him no wars in the Middle East. That was, or no new wars, you know. Why would I all that?
James Lindsay made kind of a funny.
We know what it looks like.
He made kind of a funny quip in one of his recent podcasts where he said, I can't repeat it exactly either, but it was something like, those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it. And those who don't know history can't do anything else about it and just watch others repeat it. It's like, what can you do about it? You know,
No, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, really, you know, I mean, that's part of the whole thing. Like, because my dad, like, because every time we have the same whole argument, he's like, you know, but I don't understand because the Republicans are this and then the Democrats this. And I was like, I kind of was yelling at my dad. I'm like, Dad, how are you like almost 80 and you still believe in this shit? You know, like, how have you not figured it out? Like, no, they're all crooks. They're all liars. The voters are hypocrites. You know, like, they don't give a shit about, you know, maintaining the standards, all this crap, you know, like the whole plagiarism thing, you know, like all of the things that they accused Trump of that Biden is guilty of, whatever, take your pick. And like, yeah, it's like, how are you, Dad, you're 80 and you're still playing this shit? I don't get it.
Yeah.
A few years ago, my dad even became like a local Republican delegate, you know, and like after a year of working, like, you know, and obviously just use him, like for a year, like he was involved with like the local Republican Party, which he'd never been before. And after a year, he's like, you know, I don't know. I feel like they don't really have anything going on. They don't seem like they're not listening to me. And also I'm like, duh, Dad.
Like, Republicans.
Like, duh. Like, fucking duh. Are you kidding me? Like, I can't believe you fell for it.
Yeah, so here's Jonathan making the meme again about that one about talking about pragmatics in the church and that people with church and community have better survival and thrival and gelling and what do they call it? Bowling with strangers. What's that book where that guy found out like the more and more diversity and whatever you bring in actually kind of makes people stop hanging out so much. Bowling for I forget what it's called, but he posts this, but the church isn't true. You shouldn't be defending its lies. Read the post again. The church leaders have lied since the beginning. Their priesthood is a fiction. They have no moral authority. You actually think the post is about the truth claims of the church or its leaders. And that's kind of what we've been saying from the beginning. It's like, we're not talking about that. I mean, sometimes we do, but like, we're ex-Mormons. We've said from the start, we've said from the beginning, we haven't hidden the ball on that.
Yeah.
You know,
I was like, I mean, if you want me to like turn it on and like go full on ruthless ex-Mormon, I can do it. Like, as far as like why I don't believe in any of this shit. But
and
like,
this kind of ties back into the trans stuff.
That.
It ties back into the trans stuff a little bit because Flip's saying like, I don't want to say it like right to a person. Like, I don't want to go like I don't, anybody in their religious beliefs, I even have more respect for that on the inside, maybe even more so than somebody who's going around pushing the trans stuff. Although I used to have more general stuff, respect with trans people used to seem much more docile to me. Now it seems much more political.
Oh, I know.
And I feel the same way about religions. Like, sometimes
I'm never
it
gonna
seems
go
super political.
I'm never just gonna go out of my way to like see a trans person's profile and be like, you know, you're not a real woman, right? Like, I don't care to
or
do
if
that.
you're with them in person in real life and they're telling you their story, you're not gonna like, listen, you are a dude.
Yeah. And like, for the first 30 years of my life of knowing about and having known trans people, like, trans people seem to appreciate that it was a big ask, you know? And then in the last 5 years, it's become this
human right.
Yeah, literally, yeah.
But when people want, like, tell you their religious beliefs, and I say it even more so, that like a lot of times I don't believe the thing, like I don't believe it, you know. But it doesn't mean I don't respect that you believe it, you know, and, or something like that. But if you keep pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing on me to declare that I also believe it, it's kind of, you know.
No, it reminds me of this. It reminds me of this girl who irritated the shit out of me on my mission. Like, I mean, I say girl, but she was like my age, you know, she was like 19 or whatever. And she's asking me about Brazil versus America. She's like, what do you like better? Do you like Brazil or America? And I was like, oh, I like them both. You know, I mean, America's home. I love it, but I love a lot about Brazil. She's like, oh yeah, which one do you like better? I was like, I don't like Brazil has very friendly people, and you guys are a lot less fat than we are. So congrats on that. Like, that's good for you. That I like your guys' food. I like all this stuff. Yeah, you like our food better than yours. Like, no, I didn't say that, but she just kept pushing and pushing and pushing, and finally, I'm just like, America. I like America better in almost every single fucking way. Okay,
This
you know what?
happens to me
When
with
I go,
Mexicans all the
like,
time.
I have like 9 different spots in my house where I can comfortably sleep, more comfortably than you sleep on your bed. I can walk around with bare feet without things crawling into my feet and burrowing there. The shower head doesn't pop above my head because it's electrically heating. I have a dryer. I don't have to hang my and
Police
like
don't walk
food is a
around
sign.
with
You
machine
guys,
guns in America.
yeah, I know, and I'm like, but I wouldn't have snapped like that normally. But it's just the pushing and the pushing and the pushing. So like if a Mormon came up and did that, like the Mormon church is a true church, right? I'm like, well, I don't think so, but I think it's pretty good. And they push and push and push. I'll be like, your prophet married a 14-year-old. Fuck off.
But at the same time, there's like I wanted, like, I didn't want to go to that level. Like I wanted to keep like saying with you, like, I think your belief in this thing is good and good for you and good for people and good for society and useful, and you should roll with it. And if you decide that you don't want it, I'm here for you to come talk to me about that. I have somebody who's doing that with me right now, that sort of deal. But for some people, that's not good enough. We got to go and go and go until it's a little bit like, no, declare it, declare it, declare it, declare it. And you're like, listen, like I'm standing here giving you as much as I can possibly, like I'm giving you everything. Like I can grant almost all of Jacob's whole entire like philosophy of his whole world I have. And it still doesn't end up that I believe.
Yeah.
You know, like I can grant you all of it. I can grant you that it's a better life. I can grant you that it's a good for your family. I can grant you it's good for your community. I grant you it's good to keep maybe sometimes good at keeping the Marxists at bay sometimes. Although sometimes that seems hardly true about religion and any sorts of stuff. Like anything that's true, we can grant you it's true because we're in the truth business.
Yeah.
You know, it's true that it does things well, pragmatically, all over the place. But then when it comes down to like, but do you also believe that it's true truth claims? You go, well, that's a bit tougher for me. Can we move to the next subject? I mean, I kind of given my answer right there, right?
Yeah.
And
you're being nuts about it. Like I just think no.
Say it.
I know. That's what I've learned, that if you just tell them nah, like they're actually like the Mormons are, and this is one of my beefs with Mormonism, they are so completely like conditioned to avoid the elephant in the room that they actually find it pretty refreshing if you, in a friendly way, if they ask, well, what's up with you in the church? Do you still go? Do you believe in it? You say, I don't believe in it. And usually the ones that I've done that with, they're like, oh, well, all right. And then they don't push me on it. I don't really get.
Yeah, that's been my experience too. It's like, as long as I'm just blunt, as I'm just like, yeah, I don't believe in it anymore. Don't push it.
Yeah, and don't be a dick about it. Like
I believe there's people out there who've had people be like overly dick who are close to them in their lives. I mean, obviously you see it somewhere, but the people in my life have been overly good from the very start of it. Like I just never had much of anybody doing it. It happens a little bit more here because I kind of go seeking out the discussions online type of stuff, you know. But I'm usually there kind of like bolstering the religious side from attacks from a worse religion, which is whatever the leftist Marxist stuff, the sort of deal.
Like ex-Mormons have been 10,000 times shittier to me than Mormons have.
Oh, totally.
Wait, 100%. Yeah. And but then like if it comes down to the thing of like, well, now you want me to declare further like what I believe or don't believe. And, like I believe that you believing something is good for you. You know, can we leave it at that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And trust me, like you can ask most ex-Mormons, is like I'm not unaware of how to go about trying to re-believe in it and all that stuff. And I'll even do like I'm given ground of like saying I'm going to try to live some stuff from it, you know. But
a jillion years ago when I would go on that Christian talk show. And there's like one day, I've been talking to the guy for like 40 minutes. He's like, well, you should try reading John chapter 1. I'm like, I've read it.
He's like,
this radical new way.
There's just like this whole idea is like, you just, I don't know, it's a little bit like Jacob was like, well, you must not have read the Bible. That's clearly, you know, like the only reason you don't agree with me is because you don't know the things I know. It's like, no, I know the things you know. Like just like saying, like I'm aware of your argument.
But also partially just being like truth oriented, because we try to be truth oriented and all that sorts of stuff, is like if one of these religions is totally failing at being better for people, we would also say the truth about that. And it's true that sometimes Mormonism is not great.
Not like Heaven's Gate. Like Heaven's Gate is not a religion that leads to flourishing. There you go.
Yeah, and there's a lot of them.
Probably even Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah, and there's some people's experiences with very zealot like Mormons that were not good in that scenario.
Like that very traumatizing experience that Maven had, where the guys said, "Wow, that's not a modest dress.
Why do women dress like that?" Can you imagine somebody saying that?
And then, like, I don't know, like, what is it? Like, probably 14, 15 years later. Okay. I feel terrible for you.
I'll take it all back, Maven, if she answers the question she never answered. Because there's that thing that she was answering comments, and they were talking about polygamy, and she was answering comments, and she said on the show, she said a 14-year-old cannot consent to sex. And so I asked her, can a 14-year-old consent to gender transition? And I'm waiting to hear back. I'm still waiting to hear back.
Well, that's different because that's just what seriously, like, you got to think of the consequences. The consequences of a 14-year-old having sex are pretty high, right?
Yeah.
But what are the consequences of a 14-year-old getting an oreectomy, being pumped full of hormones that osteoporosize your bones, and
having your trachea shaved? Is that a thing? Tracheal shaving?
Oh my god, that's one of the most disgusting things that Morgan tells me whenever I bring that up. She tells me to shut up because it like grosses her out to think about.
Like I don't even like. I just know the words, but like I can't. I don't know what it.
How does that fit in with the Hippocratic Oath? I mean, I don't know the whole oath, but I'm like the whole first do no harm thing. I don't know how you could possibly justify a tracheal shave.
You know what? You know who can justify it? I'm sure that Dan McClellan can tell us all about how the Hippocratic Oath is just a tool of hegemonic power. And
but
you just have to renegotiate.
You're okay with the boob job. You're okay with the boob job, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
Because certain people in power say,
"Dang it!" You're okay with lip.
I mean, I'm not going to make a boob job illegal, but I think 0 women should get boob jobs.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
You're okay with bodybuilding, right? If somebody lifts weights, it's technically the same thing.
Toxic.
I would absolutely make.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah, your Blythe prophylaxis. Anyway, I mean, I think that's it for the entryist stuff, because I mean that's all kind of talking about entryism, and that you can have entryism from any side. People are politically doing it. But we try to not politically enter into the thing, comment on it from the outside. But we're not going to politically re-enter a religion or something like that. I bet you we all would if we got true belief again or something like that. And we're here and we're listening. We're not unaware and all that sort of stuff. But
here's the thing: if I ever join the church again and tell you that I actually believe in it again, be very skeptical of me.
We're coming for your politics. We're trying to vote.
When you point out, when you lay it out, like it is so fucking stupid and wicked and obvious. But because like basically what they're saying is like, hey, I'll reaffirm the first vision if you affirm that some men menstruate.
I know.
It's this total bargain. Like I'll come back to your bullshit, but you gotta give me some of mine.
Yeah. And then you can like see like they come back with kind of like this extra bluster. They're just like so excited about it. And I even kind of Dan McClellan had one of those ones this week where he said, the Bible, you can renegotiate the Bible for it to say that gay is okay. And he has this long post. I don't know if I'll pull up the whole thing, but you guys can believe me because we've all seen that come from him, right?
Yeah.
But he had another one like, you can renegotiate the Bible. And I just quoted down at the bottom and said, so you're claiming people used to use it as a political tool one way, and just straight announcing now I can use it for my political tool. Like that is what you are saying. You are announcing that this is just a negotiated thing that you can use as a tool, and now I'm going to do it.
People have used this, interpreted this arbitrarily to to fit whatever political purpose they had in the moment, and watch me go.
Yeah.
Now watch me go. Yeah.
So, but yeah, I'm here to try out. I'll try out your all stuff. Just if a belief process happens, it's just gonna come from. It's gonna come from the real place. It's not gonna come from a political place. So.
Morgan actually goes to church every now and then. I mean, she doesn't lie to people and say like, "You're getting us back." It's more just like we need to know our neighbors a little bit. And honestly, I'm so averse to community building, but I know it's a thing that I should do.
Who's to say that I won't have some like Alma the Younger or Paul angel appear to me or something like that?
Sure. I guess if that's the case, like if I tell you that God appeared to me and told me that Mormonism is the way to go, then that's.
You know, you have like some burning in your bosom, or if I do all these readings and live all this life, maybe something like. But at the same time, like I'm just telling you that, like, yeah, I'm coming at that from Sargon's point of view. You know, like a little bit of like, it's a maybe I'm lost or something. I said it on the Midnight Mormons one, like maybe I'm spiritually autistic. That's not a proper way to say it.
I think it the same way.
I just can't. I can't imagine that I could have any kind of emotional, spiritual experience to where I'd like be like, oh, okay, then, like, yeah, Lehi, it's all real, you know.
But we couldn't imagine it until
Native Americans are
all I'm
descendants
saying is
from
maybe
Israelites.
that happened.
I just can't do it.
Imagine it. If it happened, you'd imagine it.
You know, because like the most I can see is like, you know what, I can see pragmatically that the best thing for me is to just go through these motions. Like, I don't think it'll happen, but like, you know, that's the furthest I could imagine myself going.
Yeah. Anyway,
just think of Norm Macdonald like, now I would never murder a woman in cold blood. Yeah. I know I say that now. But I believe that I would never murder a woman in cold blood.
Exactly. Like who knows what the future holds, man.
I know there's no river so long it doesn't contain a bend.
January's long and depressing. Maybe by the end of January I'll be okay.
He's so bummed out.
Like, what if there's a miracle in January? Like the climatologist came out and declared like there's been like a shift in solar mechanics. And it's just springtime now until time stops.
Christ is king. Christ is king. Yeah. So, other subjects. You want to get into other subjects because there's a million of them we could really.
I know. I had so I watched Cardin's solo thing that he did on the Tribune story about the church.
Oh, the Tribune
numbers
being a bunch of liars.
Like. I could spend 2 hours just going through that whole thing point by point. But
okay, did he do a good job?
No, he did a terrible, miserably, unbelievably lack of self-awareness job. But also, like I want to ask him. I know he'll never answer this, but like, does the growth rate of the church, positive or negative, have any bearing whatsoever on the truthfulness of the church? You know, because and that's a trick question for Cardin, because like if yes, then you're in trouble, and if no, then why the fuck do you pretend to even care? Because the fact that you do care, like, it's obviously a big deal to him, because you know you come out and say you want to like find, because that seems like, for me, like I am utterly indifferent to whether or not
church
grows or not.
Yeah, there seem to be. It's weird to me how many ex-Mormons are like giddy about the growth.
No,
stuff.
Like, and
like,
when
I don't
Cardin,
fucking care.
Like, that's the only thing that like I agree. Like in that whole episode, the part where I'm on Cardin's side is like all these dopey ex-Mormons who like celebrate it and cheer, like they're idiots. And like, because for one thing, like, you know,
it's growing in Africa. Okay, it's growing in Africa, and I remember people ask me, like, do you regret like converting people? Like, no, because a lot of the people I converted had no like family or anything like that, and they had a community after that. So this was a good thing for them. I have a pretty close family. That's probably why I'm not as big into community building, but a lot of these people didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, it's just fun. I don't know, because the whole thing was stupid. But yeah, it's just like, Cardin, do you not realize you just walked yourself into your own fucking trap by even fighting about this?
Yeah, who cares?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess maybe they're
like, if it's real, if it's real, is there anything in Mormon doctrine that says line go up true, line go down not true?
I know.
Like, no, that's not a thing. That doesn't enter into it.
He is right though that the Tribune are a bunch of hacks too.
Oh yeah. No, sorry. Two things that I agree with Carden in that episode. Mormons are dope. Tribune are hacks. Yes, correct. Everything else was like, God damn it, Carden, you fucking dope.
Want to see my favorite thing this week? I don't know if you guys have seen this yet. You might have seen it somewhere, but Vivek Ramaswamy got asked to denounce white supremacy. Did you see this? There's a second part to this, so we'll listen first.
Sure, and they all said he refused. We all saw it.
We'll listen to it in faster time, but he gets asked it, and then he dunks on her. So
I haven't seen. I have paid 0.0 seconds of attention to election, other than talking to you guys about it. But sorry, go ahead.
And this is kind of more just crap journalist culture war, like Michael Davison say, is if you hate journalists with all of your heart, you don't hate them enough.
I'm not going to recite some catechism for you. I'm against vicious racial discrimination in this country. So I'm not pledging allegiance to your new religion of modern wokeism, which actually fits the test. I'm not going to bend the knee to your religion. I'm sorry. I'm not asking you to bend the knee to mine, and I'm not going to bend the knee to yours. But do I condemn vicious racial discrimination? Yes, I do. Am I going to play your silly game of gotcha? No, I'm not. And frankly, this is why people have lost trust. And I know you're going to go print the headline tomorrow. I already know this. We already know how your game works. Vivek Ramaswamy refuses to condemn white supremacy because you asked a stupid question. The reality is, I condemn vicious racial discrimination in this country, but the kind of vicious and systematic racial discrimination we see today is discrimination on the basis of race in a very different direction. You want to know what the best way is to end discrimination on the basis of race? Stop discriminating on the basis of race. Do that, we're going to move this country forward. And I don't care whether you're black or white or brown or anything in between. That's how we're going to unite this country. You people have been responsible for dividing this country to a breaking point, creating a projection of national division. I meet people from the south side of Chicago to meetings like this one of every shade of melanin, multiple, from man to woman, doesn't make a difference, who are hungry for reviving unity in this country. And you with your catechism that you try to get these politicians to whatever fake headline you're going to print on the basis of this conversation tomorrow, that's what's dividing this country to a breaking point. Shame on you. Look people in the eye and tell them what you've actually failed to tell them for the last 5 years. Own the accountability for your own failures as the media. That's how we rebuild trust in this country. And until then, I don't have a lot of patience to play the games.
And it's
how
like
has nobody else figured this out? I don't like Vivek Ramaswamy. He's not going to be president, and I think he knows that. But it's like he's setting himself up for a pretty good. Like nobody figured out that Trump was a bull in a china shop, and somebody who's like a more articulated Trump in this area who just refuses to play the games, or the Pierre guy, that guy in Canada. He's figured it out. He's fucking. I don't know anything about him, but that interview where he's just eating the apple, that was awesome.
But
this is my favorite payoff ever.
I figured out though the reason that nobody else has channeled this, because they absolutely would, is there's two reasons. One is because that sort of goes against the orthodox Republican shit, and the other reason is they're too fucking dumb. That's just like you actually do have to be somewhat intelligent to articulate things as he does. Like Nikki Haley doesn't have a goddamn clue what's going on. Like she couldn't do that. It's not that she won't; it's that she can't.
Yeah, no, news reporters might be the only thing dumber than a politician.
I freaking love this though. She just did it. She just posted the thing. That's all there is to it.
Dude?
Oh.
This is the lady who was asking him the question. She just did it. She just thanklessly, without even blinking, just did it. She posted.
Wait a minute. She even quoted him saying he said he condemns vicious racial discrimination. He refused to disavow.
I asked Vivek if he condemned white supremacy. Vivek said to stop picking on this farce, some figment that exists of some infinitesimally small fringe. He said he condemns vicious racial discrimination, but would not bend the knee and condemn white supremacy. Was played by former rep Steve King, endorsing him. King became party pariah, and the community notes got her just saying this is a disingenuous framing exchange. He condemned all forms of racism. The God, she just did it. She just posted the thing. There's all these people just posting the stuff of like, here's she just did it. She just did it. She just went and did it.
I know you're going to publish your fake story tomorrow. It's just she goes, I know too. Watch
God, that's amazing.
Yeah. But then no one talking to him. I was like, it sounded like if Trump was articulate and and probably not evil. Like that's what he would sound like, you know. I see, like, I mean, just listen to that, like, because I know a lot of people say they like him. Like, that's as much as I've ever heard of him talk. Like, that was a pretty good exchange.
You got to listen to, like, he's always declared the winner of the debates, and I never watched the debates, but I watched like highlights that people post just kind of for him. And I'm not voting for him or anything like that, but he's
winning a political debate is like winning a rap battle.
He was on
no, it absolutely is. But he's
you're a great performer, but did anybody learn anything, or are we going to get anywhere? Probably not.
Well, yeah, Trump actually, that's the best. That's like the nicest thing Trump did for American politics is prove what a fucking farce the debates are. Because he just gets up there and he's like, Rand Paul has ugly hair, and he just dominates the debates.
Like for me, the greatest blessing of Trump as president is that, like, I used to think, like, you know, you always have that question, like, well, do you have to know anything to be president? Like nope. Like, I used to wonder, now I don't wonder. Like, I know you don't have to be, you don't need any particular knowledge or talent or skills. Nope.
Yeah, like Michael Malice commented directly to her, says, I don't think you appreciate the level of hatred and contempt the average person feels towards you, but it's still nowhere near enough.
Oh, Jesus.
You got utterly Jeffrey Miller. I like him. He's a evil psych guy.
Do you think she even had?
Go ahead.
Sorry, go on.
Oh, I was just reading that one. But
do you think she even had like a moment where it was like this difficult? Like she's like, he predicted I was going to do the thing.
I think she had to be like,
I still
gotta do it.
I think it's like water off of a duck's back.
Yeah, she might.
I think it's like trying to explain biology to Ken Ham. Like, no, it's not.
Yeah, a lot of, like, Michael Mouse was saying that too this week, just like a lot of others have, is that like all the stuff you like pointing, like, if a conservative said this, if a man said this, and there's like they know. They know. That's never once a revelation to them.
The disparate treatment is the message.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's predictably zero self-awareness. It's probably full of self-awareness, just full of like that Sam Bankman-Fried understanding that you've got to play that game if you want to be in that field. Ridiculous. So are you guys, I have an idea. What if for the next Star Wars,
oh God, Jesus Christ! What if
finally a woman is in charge?
Did you ever expect that idea coming?
I did. I was like,
it's fresh, it's new, it's risky. It might work.
It's about fucking time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
60 years too late. Even though Star Wars
60 years too late.
Yeah. I know Star Wars isn't that old. I said it on purpose. Star Wars should have been woman-led before it even existed.
Yeah. It's a shame that George Lucas was a man.
I know. I don't know. I make fun of all the people who claim that the like retrospectively claim that the prequels weren't that bad because they were that bad. But
yeah,
like the more time goes on, the more I'm like, well, but they wouldn't have been like this. You know, like if George Lucas had made the sequels, it wouldn't have been like this. At least
they were a very different kind of bad.
They were, but
the prequels are more. The prequels were weirdly more watchable because of just the weirdness of the filmmaking.
Oh,
you know, whereas like, because that's things like the sequels, the filmmaking was all orthodox filmmaking. It was the fucking
it's completely directionless too. It was
just it was the writing and everything that was just completely broken. Which is I don't know, just.
Troy says he'd vote for Vivek. I'd vote for Vivek too. If he was on a card, I'd vote for him 100%. I like him and Rectumwald right now, but Rectumwald probably won't get on anything either.
Rectum World? Yeah, that's not gonna win.
He says he's laughing at the Ralph Wiggum. I am a journalism game. I haven't been watching the comments. When I'm on that other stuff, you guys should check the comments to see if there's any of them to say because I'm not.
Oh, I've been playing No Man's Sky the whole time.
You're not
how's
seeing
the
it either.
how's the I've heard that game got better since all of the updates.
So I only got it recently because it was on super sale. I've been playing it quite a bit. I don't know. I'm still not sure if I think it's a good game or not. Even though I've been playing.
I don't think you know how bad it was because I bought it when it came out because I was so hyped for it, and it seriously I've never gotten tired of a game more quickly. That's the most wild thing ever. I stopped playing it for good and gave it to my brother after like 10 minutes.
Yeah, and because I understand it was almost nothing.
You guys keep discussing your games. I'm gonna run to the restroom, but I'm really pissed that you are ignoring this woman right here. Just for
I need to switch over.
I love ignoring women, even though she likes making me uncomfortable.
Oh man, but so because it's already kind of fetch questy. There's a lot of nitpicks I have about it.
Oh, dude, that's way better than it was because there was no one to talk to. Like there wasn't quests at all.
No. That's things like this one it's almost kind of like it's too much quests and the quests are kind of indistinguishable and it is just kind of run around and do stuff. Some of the things I don't know. Some things I hate, but I also understand is that the scale and physics are just completely screwed up.
Oh yeah.
Like the planets are gigantic in the sky to the point where it's like, no, you can't see. From any planet, another planet is a point of light.
I know.
But like in this game, they're like, to fill up half the sky.
Well, they kind of have to because like they're like a quarter mile away from each other.
I get it, and because the other things I hate, and again, also I understand it, but I hate the space physics where like you accelerate and the ship speeds up.
And then you stop,
and then it has but then it has a speed limit. Like even though you're accelerating, it's like no, like as long as you're adding acceleration, you will keep accelerating until you get so fast that But like no, and then like when you let go of the acceleration, the ship stops. You're like no.
I know. I wish they did it a little bit differently. Like that'd be kind of fun. Like they could still put a limit on the amount of acceleration they have to.
Yeah.
But
you could just do better than that. But also again,
it'd be cool if they did it like actual space where you got your little jets and then you accelerate to a certain amount and then you stop accelerating and you just keep going. And then if you need to decelerate, you like have jets on the other side. Like
the good news, if you want to do the ultra accurate, super duper, not screwing around physics space exploration game, Simple Rockets 2. In fact, I learned a lot from Simple Rockets about orbital mechanics. Because I don't know anything from math. But playing Simple Rockets, I was like, oh, I learned so much stuff. In fact, and I learned a thing that I remember telling Chris Hahn about this ages ago, and it seems so counterintuitive. But it's 1,000% true. But from Earth, if you wanted to crash a rocket into the sun, it would take gajillions times more energy. You needed a absurdly impractically sized rocket to get enough energy to crash a rocket into the sun from the Earth than to make a rocket that can escape the solar system. Because you think it's like, no, you just drop it. You just drop it into the sun, right? It's like, no, because there's this angular momentum that's caused by orbital energy or whatever. Mm-hmm. And it was really, really fascinating. That game for nerds, play that. But yeah, as far as No Man's Sky, so there's a couple of main quests, and I've already figured out that one of them is just, it's kind of a Diablo style reset, but you keep all your stuff. Okay, so that's a treadmill. So I'm doing the things that I can still do because I haven't unlocked all the world, all the technology or whatever. And so I'm kind of having fun going around that. But a few hours into the game, I'm like, I can see the end. I can see it to where okay, once I've seen everything or whatever, done the main parts, and I'm not gonna, maybe if they keep adding shit to the game. Because another big criticism I had with the game, which is one I expected, I reserved my own judgment, but it's something that critics of the game have been saying for a while, which is because the advertisers every world is totally unique, and it's yeah, they are, but the way you interact with them is entirely the same. That's one thing I thought was really weird, because you'd think they'd do something with gravity, planets with high gravity, planets with low gravity. No, all planets have the same gravity. It's really stupid.
That would have been cool.
Yeah, and that's one you'd think would be simple, like you know, like.
Well, they have that in like PlayStation 1 Tony Hawk games. You can change it to moon gravity.
Yeah. I don't know. It's crazy.
I hear everybody got bored of Starfield pretty quickly.
I am so glad that I didn't buy that game or pre-order it. Like, because I learned, I mean, because after Fallout 76, I'm like, oh, Bethesda. I've never, you know, and I didn't like, because I thought about pre-ordering that, and then I'm like, well, I'm not gonna. I'll just wait and see. And boy, am I glad I did. Like, I guess some people are holding out hope that Starfield can be fixed with new content, but the basic stuff, like the big thing where it's like it's all cutscenes, because like that is one thing that is actually kind of cool about the No Man's Sky. They did well. Is like, you know, it is kind of fun to like take off from the planet and you just go seamlessly into space, you know, whereas like, you know, that's the thing they say about Starfield. It's like, it's exploring the galaxy. It's like, it's an endless open universe of cutscenes.
Oh, is it really? Oh.
Yeah, no, that's what I say. Because like going into the ship is a cutscene. Taking off is a cutscene. Going into warp is a cutscene. Exiting the ship is a cutscene. Landing on a space station is a cutscene. Like, yeah, and this is like, this is all after No Man's Sky has been out for almost 10 years, and they have like all the same things, only without cutscenes. But whatever.
They had to do that so that the cap and the visor on the cap could be two different unique objects. I wish that I thought about this earlier. I was watching some show that took place when we had flip phones, and I was like, man, that was peak. That was peak humanity, is when we just had flip phones. Because it's nice having a phone you can talk to people with if you need to. But that's all it should be used for. And like and then I thought about it, I was like, what about video games? And I was like, I wish that video games, the technology for video games, stopped progressing when we had flip phones.
Are we done?
I know. I'm like, if they kept like using that technology, they had to be so fucking creative. You want an interesting video game fact? Go look at all the insane shit they had to do to make Crash Bandicoot run on a PlayStation.
Oh yeah, I bet.
But they could keep pumping out like Ocarina of Time style Zelda games forever, and I'd play them.
No, that's an old thing. Is that like there's so many games that the big thing was the graphics. It's like, yep, those are neat graphics, but your game is garbage.
I know.
You know, like meanwhile, like, did you ever play FTL? Like FTL was an indie game that came out like 10 years ago. And it's all retro style graphics, and it's absolutely one of the best games ever. I've put so much freaking time into that game, and it's so excellent. Like, yeah, it's one of those things that bothers me because, like, you know, because I bought that game for like $13 or whatever, and like I said, you know, it was like developed by an independent small team and totally old school 90s graphics, and you know, and I've probably spent $400 on AAA games that like I played 4 hours of in total, all combined. They're just crap.
Were there any women on the development team?
Oh, maybe that's my issue. No, it's because when I put the game in and the main character is a strong, independent woman, I immediately smash my machine, and yeah.
Oh, you bigot!
I get so angry. I just
well, you need to listen to this woman.
That's because women are terrible.
Yeah, let's learn about women in the world.
Star Wars decided now would be the time to put a woman in charge of it and make her lame and gay. Did you guys hear this? Did you hear this from her? Hold on. John's interviewing me.
As one of them, what is the balance of activating a force for change, but also trying to permeate that patriarchy, that power structure? And is that a part of the calculation of your art as well? And what's been the reaction to that?
Oh, absolutely. I like to make men uncomfortable. I enjoy making men uncomfortable. Not you, just not you. Not you.
Point taken. Point taken.
Bad one.
But you know, it is important to be able to look into the eyes of a man and say, I am here, and recognize that. And recognize that I am working to bring something that makes you uncomfortable, and it should make you uncomfortable because you need to change your attitude. And it's only when you're uncomfortable, when you're shifty, when you have to have difficult conversations, that you will perhaps look at yourself in the mirror and not like the reflection. And then say, maybe there is something wrong with the way I think, or maybe there is something wrong with the way I am addressing this issue.
So,
Star Wars.
Oh, sorry. So immediately, Jonathan, your homework. I want Jonathan to get the AI to take that script that woman just said, but put it in Obi-Wan's mouth. I want Alec Guinness saying all that stuff like, you need to feel uncomfortable. You need to fight the power.
Oh man.
I want you to feel uncomfortable. I like making men feel uncomfortable.
There's a lot of different things where, like, you know, how Cuban just like jumped right back into the DEI thing when it's just like up against the ropes and they just go right along with it. I watched this whole thing from Anthony Fantano's channel. Have you ever watched that?
No.
Which one is it?
He's a stupid kind of lefty music critic, and he's been pretty famous on YouTube for a while. You'd probably recognize his face, but he just had like this whole like 4-hour long thing on multiple days of the problem with white rappers, and they legitimately brought out like Derek Bell and critical race theory to evaluate it all out. And I was like, you just zero slow on the roll. Like the lady asking Vivek about the white supremacists, like just zero change in the game plan. Zero change. Just don't even recognize that you took any black eyes anywhere. Just march on.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Pretty amazing. Did you know Rage Against the Machine says they's done?
Oh no. They're done raging? They've been done,
raging
30 years too late.
The machine raged.
What
again.
machines have you guys raged against lately? What are you fucking talking about, Tom Morello?
Dude, haven't you noticed? Everything is different now because of them. They started raging in the 90s and they've had a total revolution.
Yeah. Let me show here. I found this on. Have you guys watched this podcast? Oh, it's pretty good. This is called Side Scrollers. It's a video game podcast. They have on people like Salty Crackers and Razor Fist all the time. This guy's actually the brother of that 5 Times August guy. Do you know who that is?
No.
5 Times
Sounds like an
August,
emo
their
band,
band,
man.
they were a pretty big band, and they actually kind of like came out with some songs that are actually pretty good. Like maybe I'll pull one up. It is anti-woke songs that don't suck all the way. I'll pull one up here in a second. The guy was just recently on Carrie Smith, and Carrie Smith was just a barely. So you know we're playing 5 Degrees of Kevin Bacon there because Carrie Smith. Well, we might be seeing that pretty soon. But that guy's his brother, and he's had a really big podcast for a long time. He's been around since like the days, like he was part of some of those original gaming channels back on cable and all that sorts of stuff. And he's got this anti-woke kind of gaming channel here. And he's the brother of the 5 Times August dude.
Did you hear, Salty, that we've lost some legends in the world of rock and roll as Rage Against the Machine has announced they will not be going on tour or playing live again?
They should tour with Green Day.
I think.
Did you see Green Day change their lyrics at the New Year's Eve festival?
Yeah, the MAGA agenda instead of the redneck agenda.
Yeah.
I mean,
oh my
the
God.
big
It goes without
shocker.
saying.
Those hacks.
Move it a little faster.
That I think over the last couple of years we've seen where a lot of these anti-establishment people really are. You know, when especially Rage Against the Machine. I mean, they were literally raging for said machine this entire time. And it goes back to like you can put lipstick on a pig, but at the end of the day, they're still a pig. And here's your pigs right here. There they are, right there. It's crazy. Thoughts on Rage? Rage calling it quits?
Yeah, you might as well call it quits because your original fan base isn't going to go see you, and these kids these days don't know who the hell you are. So that was just real dumb move.
My brother is a musician.
That would be really
and,
wild.
He's a pretty
that like that'd be wild to be young enough that all you know of Rage Against the Machine is like them raging on behalf of vaccine mandates.
Yeah. For $500 tickets.
Because like I can say like, you guys used to rage against some sort of machine, but like these kids are like young kids. They gotta probably be like, what the fuck are they talking about?
Neil Young.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like Neil Young used to be like one of the biggest rebels in rock and roll, but nope.
Got some great D. Snyder commentary lately too.
Oh yeah. Stupid thing. Let him talk just a second about his brother here.
Prominent following online. He goes by 5 times August, and his career has been all over the place. He was like a singer songwriter, sang love songs about girls for a long time. Got featured on like MTV back in the day, and was actually like one of the first independent artists I think he was the first independent artist featured in Walmart, like long time ago. So he's hustled and grinded, and he's, as his life has changed, his career's changed. He did kids music for a while, but really for the last 3 or 4 years, all he's done since COVID is call people out on their bullshit. And he has this new song pretty much talking about calling out all these people who were against the man and how it was all just a big fat fucking lie.
So this is him interviewing with Kerry Smith, his brother, going over there on that podcast with him, the 5 times August dude. And he left kind of some mainstreamy shit, but you want to listen to his song a little bit? It's a pretty good song. I don't think he'll copy. He doesn't have a label anymore, obviously. I don't think he'd copyright us because it's just him individually.
Well, there ain't no rock and roll ever since they sold out Rolling Stone. All the words that were sung in the past will never feel the same when we're looking back. All the old men sitting in their makeup chair with their gold record walls really could. All the fame feels the same when you've had enough, so they don't bother standing up. And there ain't no peace in love ever since the 60s kids grew up. All the drugs and the girls and the cash, after all the songs it was gone in a flash. All those bad boy rebels and the attitude, what a show. We didn't know that none of it was true. Only self-serve, anti-establishment. We were all so innocent because there ain't no rock and roll.
It's a pretty good song. And
we need to get
tangentially, I talked to some of those people better. What's that?
Oh, nice. We need to get Don McClellan to come back, or Don McLean to come back and write a song about how the music like seriously fucking died now.
Yeah. Let's see what the second verse says.
Bob, no one stuck around for their protest job. All the stars and the big farmer horse, shilling for a check from their corporate shores. All the actors say what they're paid to say, while the fans take the blame. All the once cool fools that were me and you, well, they pushed us all away. Because they're...
Yeah, it's not that bad. It's not that bad of a song, really, but and then the visual.
It's a little on the nose, but
yeah,
it's not obnoxious.
It's not like Tom McDonald.
But yeah, so that's the brother of this guy, and this is side scrollers, and this guy goes way back. I forget, C whatever, like those old school gaming channels like that were on the that were on the cables way before stuff even happened on the interview. So he's been around.
I was never. Oh yeah, I never watched that stuff.
Yeah, they went nuts. Most of them went super crazy woke to themselves. But I mean,
Yeah, that's the only thing I know about it. Because like, what's the one I can think of it? I don't know. There was the show, and that was the one that had the girl on it, and then they got that other girl. What was it? Then Chrissy Mayer made fun of her. What was her name?
Yeah, that's the shows that I'm talking about. Yeah, the G4.
Yeah,
stuff.
that's a G4. Yeah, that story. That's so funny.
Yeah, and then they just blew themselves
That bit
up.
of Chrissy Mayer doing her impersonation of her was one of the funniest fucking things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. Have you followed at all what happened with the completionist?
No.
The completionist, he's one of the gamers who was sitting next to her. I don't mind the completionist. I like him. He just kind of reviews games and completes them and says that they're worth completing. But he'd been running a charity for 10 years, and it turned out he never distributed any of the money. So it's been a great
I did hear about that.
man.
Yeah. So it's become a great big thing. Have you guys watched?
So does he still have the money? He just didn't distribute it? Is it all just sitting in an account? Or
I think he has enough money to
because he didn't steal it.
Nobody's getting like good answers really on it. Yeah.
Oh, gee, I wonder.
Yeah.
That's one of those things you can just be like, oh, I thought my accountant was taking care of it. Here, look, I wrote a check. Sorry.
Yeah. Did you guys hear about the Aaron Rodgers Jimmy Kimmel fight?
No.
I saw a bunch of people calling Aaron Rodgers stupid, but
I wish that Jimmy Kimmel would suffer a season-ending injury.
Here's Carrie Smith ripping on Jimmy Kimmel again. Jimmy Kimmel, like, name something funnier than Jimmy Kimmel. She says Jimmy Kimmel in blackface.
and she's right.
Yeah.
That's true.
It's
But
sad
it
to
is
think
obnoxious.
that
Like I love Jimmy Kimmel back in the day. Back like 20, 25
Yeah,
years
funny
ago,
stuff.
when he was working with Corolla, like the Corolla Kimmel Man Show was a funny show. And part of what made it good is that it was smart. Like it was like they knew they were playing to a stupid audience and it was a stupid gimmick, but the show itself was smart. Yeah.
Yeah. So
that's the thing. It's like for a long time, I didn't like Joe Rogan because I considered Joe Rogan as the guy who ruined the Man Show. And I didn't realize that it had nothing to do with him.
Him and who's also a great comic, Doug Stanhope.
Yeah.
Oh, Stanhope is awesome.
And that was a great choice by Joe Rogan. It's just we didn't know who he was yet at that point, and it just didn't work. You know.
Yeah, no, that show didn't work with them at all.
Yeah. So Aaron Rodgers, several months ago, Jimmy Kimmel zinged Aaron Rodgers on his show because Aaron Rodgers was saying something about, did you know that there's still a list that they're going to release about Epstein? Oh boy. You know, Kimmel on his show had the whole thing where he's going, this idiot conspiracy theorist or something like that. So then Aaron Rodgers says this week, nobody's going to be less happy that this list is coming out than Jimmy Kimmel. And made it sound like maybe Jimmy Kimmel was going to be on a list, but I was actually thinking he was referencing that Jimmy Kimmel was calling him an idiot conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
But Jimmy Kimmel threatened to sue him and tried to get his job taken away from ESPN that he currently has.
Jesus.
Yeah. ESPN says they're not standing by Aaron Rodgers, but so far they haven't removed him from anything. But so then they released the.
They will. They're fucking pussies.
Yeah, but I saw the people in Outkick kind of pointing to saying that Aaron Rodgers could say, I didn't say Kimmel was on the list. I said that he was going to be upset that a list was coming out.
Yeah, no, there's no. Yeah.
Yeah, the people he's been shilling for definitely on the list.
Yeah. That's what's happening with that. Aaron Rodgers and the Epstein list came out, but I don't think there was anything really new on that.
Yeah, no, that's the other thing, is because it's one of those things where people have been building it up. They'll never release, all this stuff, and they built it up and up and up and up and up, and it's about what we already knew. I don't know what I expect anybody to do with this new information.
Yeah, wasn't the biggest whoop-de-doo-doop-de-doop-de-dee. So I watched the Sound of Freedom. Oh my goodness, look at this.
Oh man.
And I I was kind of surprised at how Kirk Cameron-y it was. I kind of thought like it was a better production or something. But I was gonna go to live Nuance Hoe roasting it, and it looks like she got it taken down for copyright.
Yeah, I saw she was roasting it, and I was like, "Hey, really getting some fucking mileage out of that, aren't you?"
Here it is. Yeah, pretty good. Roasting Tim Ballard's "Sound of Freedom." Video unavailable. It must have broken copyright stuff. Did she actually like have the video going and saying stuff on it?
Yeah, I wonder.
It's dumb that she did.
Also, that's like because if I don't know, I mean, if you're watching a movie in sections and reviewing it, like fair use, god damn it. But YouTube sucks.
I know.
Troy says if you want a realistic feeling hardcore space sim, try Elite Dangerous.
I've never heard of that. I gotta find
500
out
hours in it.
I was gonna
Most
say,
of it in
Troy,
VR.
why didn't you make Starfield?
Yeah.
You should have done that instead, you know? I mean,
My nephews, I went to my nephews on Christmas and stuff, and they were all still playing Hogwarts Legacy just a year later, still just kicking it, playing it in the big sandbox. I was like,
Oh,
wow,
yeah.
I just thought you guys would have moved on to several different things, or, you know. That even came out before Zelda and that stuff, right? And my one nephew was like a crazy Zelda freak and looked like he's stuck with the run around Hogwarts. Do you run around Hogwarts anymore, Jared? I still got to play the game.
I started the game. I kind of fell off of it. I need to get back onto it.
You started Hogwarts?
And yeah, no, because it
When
went on
did you have
sale. It's been a while. Thing is, like, I don't know. I don't ever turn my PlayStation on anymore. But yeah, I had to get back to it.
I've been meaning or want to play it. I mean, I love big games like that, but
Oh, it's fun. It's definitely one I'll come back to again. I've I've booted it up several times since I beat it and played it a little bit. I haven't. I started a second playthrough and haven't finished it, but I need to play less video games. So
yeah.
So Mickey Mouse is now public domain. We can finally.
And there's already a Mickey
already
Mouse horror
4chan.
movie. Yeah, no, there's already a Mickey Mouse horror movie coming out on January 1st.
Is there actually? I thought they were joking.
No,
about
literally,
that.
no, they released a trailer on the day that the copyright was up.
Yeah, they announced that they were going to be trying to.
I mean, they already did the Winnie the Pooh one. You know, they're going to do it to everything. It's going to be gimmicky.
Oh, South
Like,
Park supposedly is going to do some Mickey Mouse stuff.
Oh, I bet.
I think they've already done Mickey Mouse stuff. I don't know how. Their Jonas Brothers one was awesome.
That was really good.
Yeah. Did you guys see that bishop announced that he was leaving the church from the pulpit just barely?
I did.
I haven't watched the video. I've only
John
seen
Dehlin-
people talking about it.
John Dehlин's panties are definitely getting wet about that.
Oh no, he's already contacted them.
Oh yeah.
He's already looking at an interview, I'm sure.
So I watched the thing and it was like the guy he mentioned a couple things like that he was required to do things that he felt were immoral or something like that. And I don't know what he means by that. It'd be really funny. Be really funny if what he meant by that was like stay at home church during quarantine. That'd be hilarious. John Dehlin gets him on and it's that.
I'm curious to know what I'm curious to know what it is.
I don't know.
Probably woke shit, but
it's definitely woke shit because he didn't like trash the church much really, but he gets up there and he does.
No, but doing it publicly is yeah.
Well, it's not even like he didn't even say he's resigning from the church. He just let the congregation know that he's requested to.
So that's what I'm confused about because like some people are saying that he's resigned from the church, like he's.
And then I'm kind of assuming he might be because like his brother recorded it and then posted it on Ex-Mormon.
Yeah,
it's a little bit too showy.
And he told the youth, he's like, youth, you're the only reason I stayed so long. If you see injustice in the world, fight it.
Yeah, see, that's the thing where it's like, okay, this is just woke shit.
Yeah, I think it is.
Because we who wrestle with God, I want to tell you about a wrestle I've had. Ernest Hemingway once said the most painful thing is losing yourself in the process of loving something or someone too much and forgetting that you're special too. I owe it to my work family to hear it from me.
Can you hear it?
Barely.
Yeah, it's pretty soft.
I've asked to be released. Not because of some sin, not because I'm hiding something. There's just a few things that I've been required to do that I personally cannot morally stand by. I can't.
What?
Yeah, what?
Tell us.
A little bit, yeah, like that's a little bit of a dodge to say, but no, then you should be able to say what it is. What are you afraid of?
So I need to step down. For me and my family's well-being. It's not been easy. But I feel in many ways I'm failing the word. I know this is hard, I understand. But I have to be true to my feelings.
He's managing to make this as boring as any bishop talk.
Pretty boring.
God, yeah. Might as well just born your testimony if you're just going to do this crap.
Still keeping like the bishop cadence. It's still got it.
I've been angry. Every Sunday people look at me and they're like, man, Bishop's something wrong.
Seriously, like if I was in church and I wasn't paying attention, when he'd finish, I'd go, in the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen.
It's like
Amen.
nodding off, playing Candy Crush or whatever.
Amen. Yeah.
Eating your bag of Cheerios.
Great talk today, Bishop.
I can't do that to you. I won't. Because that turns to anger and bitterness and malevolence. I've written down a few things.
What do you want to bet this is 5 minutes after the meeting's over? Like, because that's when bishops are always talking.
Yeah, I know. Everybody's like, okay, this feels like it's really drama laden and stuff, but fuck you.
We want to go home. Time to go home. It's Sunday. My favorite line from The Simpsons ever was they'd get home from church like, why are you always so excited? The longest possible time before more church. Like that one sung to my soul when I was a little kid.
Oh yeah, that was funny as hell.
I could just share my thoughts.
It's such a part of my youth, just sitting there seething at somebody who's droning on, and it's 15 minutes over, and they're still going, and then the bishop gets up.
The other thing about this recording is the baby crying, the coughing, just that unmistakable
Classic.
chapel noise, that whatever that Mormon chapel ambiance.
I wonder if, like, now that it's 2 hours, like they feel that there's much more leeway to get up and make it go an extra half hour.
Yeah. We can go over.
Church culture, we feel that we're not supposed to turn down or step away from a calling.
Do you think his pink tie is a signal?
He's just going Jacinda Ardern, really. Like, I'm resigning over my mental health.
How long?
Like, oh my God, you're a hero.
Like 3 days.
Oh, like a week at the most.
No, it was okay to say to myself,
Hey guys, John the Lynn here. Is anybody in contact with this person?
I'm not okay. I'm not as strong as I thought I was.
Could just be January, dude.
To see
It's just January. Stay in church.
That's my life. I seek excellence. More, doing more, being successful. It's so much more important to know.
I can't speed it up.
I know.
And I haven't been okay. This calling, guys, it is so hard.
I listened to this and I was like, this is the first video I've ever thought I could listen to this on 5 times. Easily.
I do feel like I'm in church again.
Yeah, this is really hard to take.
You need one of those Chapelle show, like wrap it up.
I wish you would have told me I was enough. You never have. That whether I had worth or not wasn't contingent on how I act. We are not loved for what we do or what we are going to do.
I just know he's got a beard, man. Like a bishop with a beard. That's what. Like I was wondering what was seeming wrong to me. But
it's Mississippi. I imagine they don't have the membership numbers, so they got to scrape the bottom of the barrel. Go for beard, guys.
I could be bishop out there.
But for who we are, not an expectation, but who we are. And to feel love for who you are is the most sacred kind of love. It's a gift that we have the opportunity to give to ourselves. If I could just say one more thing towards the youth, because they are the reason I've stayed as long as I have. I love them. If there's ever injustice in the world, young men, young women, there's not many here, but listen. If there's ever injustice in the world, fight it. If there's ever a bully somewhere, stand up to it.
So now it's fully come full circle that we're getting like those messages in a bishop cadence now.
Yeah. No, yeah, like because I just wonder, like he sounds like he's been talking to Natasha Helfer. Like that's his therapist now, and this is what's come out of it.
And if you ever have something to say, say it. Just say it. Don't
Speak faster.
Fear. Get rid of fear. And if you don't have any, and if you don't want to do that, that's okay. You're still enough. Instead of judgment, choose compassion.
That's the wokest part about this whole thing. He's giving advice, and he's like, "But this is good advice. If you don't want to listen to it, that's totally heckin' valid too. And you're still a valid neighborino.
You're ken enough. You're ken enough. You're ken enough.
This is really like this is unbelievably boring for what it is. Like a bishop resigning.
Look how wild this would have been in like the 90s or 2000s. Like a bishop resigned in church. You're like, whoa, what?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, buddy. This ain't new.
Awful. Is you living a different life. And remember, maybe I'll say it like Alma. And remember, if you're enough, everyone else is too.
You're enough is woke phraseology.
This is like, look, far be it from me to lecture a Mormon on Mormon theology, but this feels very is it Korihor? Is he the one, or Nahor the one that's like there's no such thing as sin? You're enough, and so is everybody. Ooh,
Yeah, like it's just
okay,
so inane. This is
syndrome.
like this whole thing is inane. Like that's all I can say. It's like, what are you saying? Just fucking tell us what you're saying. What's your disagreement? What's your beef? What's immoral? And we'll probably go, oh, okay. Well, Godspeed, friend. You know, but like this whole thing is just it's driving me nuts.
Yeah, I don't think it's getting any better. Still a minute to go.
Most of the last part is just him crying.
Serious? Oy, oy, oy.
Jeez. Be less boring, Mormons.
I realize a lot of people are going to have a lot of questions. I do. Join the club. So do we. This has not been easy for my family. This has not been easy at all. It hasn't been easy for anybody. And this is not going to continue to be easy. We want you to know that we love you. I told Jeff this morning, I said, if we get called for a tornado work, he's still riding shotgun. I'm just not going to wear the silly shirt.
I'm not gonna wear the silly shirt.
Yeah, I don't. I think that must be an
It's a
inside
silly
war
shirt.
joke or whatever. But it kind of sounds like he's talking about church clothing.
Yeah, I
Which is a
don't
little
know.
wild. I don't know. It's hard to say what he's saying.
A little
50 seconds to go. We can do it. This is the last church we got to listen to, all three of us in a long. Well, I don't know. Somebody might.
Until next week when we listen to more church.
I might go find y'all and stick sugar right in your mouth if this is what's coming.
It's very hard for me. I know it's hard for you. But I know it's the right thing to do. Someone else who's better suited will do the job.
Oh, it's edited. They cut something out?
Oh, did they?
Yeah, did you just see that?
Edits there.
There's edits.
He couldn't cut out those huge pregnant pauses.
Like also, because here's the other thing is like the thing that slightly bugs me is because like we all know that church policy is please do not film sacrament meeting. With you know, we ask you not to film sacrament. You get permission first. So there's just kind of that, like, this is that sort of level of disrespect where it's like, why are you doing this? Like, if this guy wanted to make a statement, he could have gone up in church, said all this, then he could have gone home and written it up in a blog, and that could be the public statement. But it's, yeah, I'm a little bit annoyed. I mean, maybe it's a nitpick, but I'm annoyed that they did this. Like, hey, the church has rules about this. You know you're breaking them. You don't need to get this message out.
Oy, 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 oy. 15 more seconds, I can make it.
Who was supposed to give a prayer? Somebody know with the film paper. Brother Oscar. I knew that. After which Brother Oscar will give benediction.
Oh,
holy shit! Man, that was tough. I thought it was gonna be more like. Do you remember when Mike Norton did that thing where he went to a different ward for weeks at a time and like documented the whole thing and gave this? He kept like phrasing it in a way that my ex-Mormon niece here, she asked me this question. I'm not quite sure how to answer it. His pretending to be Mormon voice is pretty hilarious, but then he gets up there at the very end of the whole experiment and he's like, I'd like to bear my testimony that I know this church is through. Like, whoa! You theatrical fuck.
Yeah. There was this podcast here. I put it on the Longhouse that these guys went into detail about the history of the Birchers, and I didn't realize that part of the history of the Birchers was this.
Manufacturers Board, which was it was an interest group meant for American industrialists and people who like the free enterprise system. Basically, was what it turned into, and it eventually purged its more moderate elements, like George Romney. He makes a few appearances throughout this as he sort of exemplifies this moderate and pink Republican person, traitor, basically. This is sort of the people that they're against from the outset, if you will.
I had no idea that George Romney's dad was a direct enemy of the Birchers and somebody that they focused on being like a fake rhino, like all through it. I was noticing like people talking about the way they talked about Mitt Romney during his election, like he was Trump. You know, one of the worst things in the world that we've seen over the years is that the way they talked about people who were way more moderate was just as unhinged. And then they get to Trump, and it's a little bit like Boy Who Cried Wolf, a little bit like you guys earned this, you got this. Because if they're just going to call you the worst things in the world, if you're Pinko Romney,
it'd be pretty cool. One day we'll get an actual Nazi running, like, and he'll run under a swastika, and they'll be like, "You're voting for a Nazi." Like, nice try.
Yeah, it's so dumb. I like this meme, the trad wife stuff. I saw somebody
The real
post
trad wife.
a joke about what's the difference between a what is it? A conservative woman and a feminist woman. The cowboy hat. And let's see here. A trad wife in fiction. I'll allow you to play video games and watch anime while I clean home and cook. Thanks, we love you, trad mom. Praise Jesus. Trad wife in reality. Don't think that just because I'm not a boomer, I will make the same mistake that this soccer mom did. In fact, you're not even allowed to watch soccer. If you like sport, go outside and play with the ball. I'm not allowing any video games in this house. They're made up slave work for the CCP or a violation of 1 Corinthians 13:11 and turn your child into violent terrorists. All cartoons are banned, including anime, as I don't want my children to become a bunch of degenerate that repeats Desu while he lusts after a cartoon girl made by heathens. And remember to put a filter on the PC, as I don't want any kids to go to any website and can damage their innocent minds until they are at least 20. Be thankful that my parents taught me how to be a traditional wife. Otherwise, you would be married with an e-thought that dyed her hair and no children.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That is a pretty great meme.
That's surely true, too. Like,
Oh, for
if
sure.
you really
Well,
got
I
like
mean,
a
you
real
look at,
trad wife, you'd be like real quick, like,
You're like, Jonathan posted something on his page the other day about just like Lord of the Rings, and then just this random dude that I don't even know responded with his blog post at why Lord of the Rings was meant to be like satanic and shit like that. Like,
what?
Tolkien was actually trying to. Have you not seen that?
No.
It was hilarious. So just
Out of his mind.
Yeah, it's on Jonathan's actual personal page. He just posted something about Lord of the Rings, and I thought he was joking for a second, but I clicked on the thing, and no, he's got this huge blog post about why Lord of the Rings is encouraging you to be a Satanist.
Then I had a
Oh, brother. You ready for a Hoe Math episode?
Oh, hell yeah.
thought. Maybe I didn't break big.
Sex in the City ruined a generation of women, and I'm going to show you how. I have repeatedly used this diagram to show how social media affects people's minds, their perceptions, and their behaviors, and then they have to go to therapy and feel stupid. Today, I'm going to go over consciousness from my favorite diagram, but they are also perspectives. I, you, and it. When you watch TV, you're putting yourself in one of these places. We also do this with music. When I was a kid, I didn't really get music. I'm different. So I just looked at what other people were listening to. I saw my sister listening to all these goofy love songs, and I said, why would you want to listen to some guy you don't know sing to some girl you don't know? And she said, there is no other girl. So I went, oh, okay. She's listening in the second person, as if he's singing directly to her. I also had a friend who listened to a lot of rap music. I swear to God, he wore a do-rag with salmon-colored boating shorts. And so I said, why would you want someone to say these things to you? It seems really rude. And he gave me some idiot answer like, this is real life. His father was a lawyer, so I thought about that. Okay, he's listening in the first-person perspective, as if he's the one saying these things. I'm the gangster. So it all started to make more sense. People apply whatever fantasy they want to the media they're consuming. This is Carrie from...
I love how he takes the world in from like that autistic level. And
I know.
These things are so good. They're so good.
From Sex in the City. Her job is to be 1,000 sex mistakes. Here's a scene from the show.
I have a question for you. Why wasn't it me?
Carrie,
No, seriously.
it just got so hard. And she's,
Yeah. Your girl is lovely, but
I don't get it.
and you never did.
Listen to that sexy, triumphant flamenco music as she walks away. And then she says this.
Easy, girl, easy. Then I had a thought. Maybe I didn't break big. Maybe the problem was he couldn't break me. Maybe some women aren't meant to be tamed. Maybe they need to run free until they find someone. Just as
I always heard this show was good. I've never realized
I've never
this is
realized
the most
how-
Sex in the City I've ever seen in my life, and that's not a good show. But
That was
It's
retarded.
not good. I think the first season was well written, and from there it just turned into bubblegum crap.
I was gonna say, that's garbage.
Like she's walking. This dude's like, actually, I'm happy with this woman, and she's somehow walking away from that exchange triumphant.
Yeah, I win.
I dodged a bullet.
By not getting what I wanted, I got exactly what I deserved, which was the best thing ever.
Why didn't you pick me? Because you're a bitch. Yeah, I need a double alpha who can handle me at my worst. I'm like a wild horse. You live in New York City. It's a money prison for soft-handed debt slaves. In that scene, Carrie's on a shopping spree at Lululemon. She scared this guy off, but she thinks she's a catch. But some fans of the show identify with Carrie in the first person. I'm a wild horse. I can't be tamed. Don't believe me? Read the comments. Here's one. Here's one. Here's another. And if you think those girls were joking, let me draw your attention to Scarface. A Cuban refugee becomes a drug kingpin and gets gunned down in his mansion. What's the lesson? Well, according to some Scarface fans, it's get rich or die trying. It's not possible to know what every scene means in every show, but we can be sure that people will take them to mean whatever they want.
Yeah. That cracked me up.
Dude, I need to watch those. I only watch those when you send them to me. I need to subscribe to that guy. He's amazing.
He's got a good one. Did you guys watch the one that looked at some of the more subtle scenes from Castaway? Because I noticed it has the same actor in it.
I do remember. I do remember Mike Wallace grilling Ice-T about the impoliteness in his song "Cop Killer."
I love it. Like, why would you listen to the song? It's saying mean things to you. Oh, you're in the first person.
Just say real shit.
His dad is a lawyer.
You think you are the song?
It's almost like it's almost that level of the Kevin Nealon Subliminal Man. Remember from when Kevin Nealon would do the Weekend Update and he'd do the do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Fuck, you have to like yeah.
He'd just say the quick word underneath.
Yeah. It's like he put himself in this position. His dad was a lawyer.
Yeah, his quips are pretty great. His little New York is a money prison for soft-handed
debt slaves.
Debt slaves. Yeah, that's what it was.
This is a pretty good channel. You don't watch the whole thing. It's 7 minutes long, and that's as long as a Bishop. But
I never saw Castaway.
You never saw it? So it kind of points at some subtle
all there.
About.
Also, very much in his. Don't know him very. Follow in the credits, which all know him very much in her element. She sends a letter to her husband, who is cheating in Russia. So already we're given dots to connect. As following this revelation, we're shown Chuck, who is also in Russia and is also very much in his element. Chuck tries to call his girlfriend Kelly, who both times cannot answer because she is having an affair in Tennessee. And this may seem like something of a leap. How much subtext can there be in some goofy movie about talking to a volleyball?
Anyway, I'll share that one on Lost Trick, so I'd probably get like some ding on it. But look, it's the same actor right there from Sex and the City who was cheating.
Oh.
Yeah. Small world. I think it does kind of hint at it. The thing that's weird about it, Flip, if you never saw Castaway, is that like I didn't notice this at all. Like I didn't think at all that there was some affair going on at first, and I think it does kind of hint at it for sure. And then maybe it's like a secondary subtext of the film that you were cast away.
Yeah, layers.
And I was like thinking about that, and I'm like, ain't no movie got multiple themes like that going on anymore in it. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's doing anything that good anymore.
2000 was a lot. It was year 2000 was a long time ago.
Yeah, everything's just like stupid on its face, straightforward, whatever. Now,
so much bad movies. Man, you know what I think did I link it? I don't know if I did that 2-hour thing of Louis C.K. on Opie and Anthony, where there's that independent filmmaker pushing a terrible horror movie he made, and it's
and that's the one that sounded like the Mormon thing. I didn't see the Louis C.K. when I saw the Mormon thing.
Oh no, yeah. So I should link the original thing, but I mean, because it's so fascinating. It's like I listened to this thing for 2 hours, and literally just immediately listen to the whole thing again, because it's just so fascinating, because this filmmaker guy is so obviously like a deluded narcissist, and Louis C.K. is just being brutal to him the whole time. And then at the very end, the guy's like, I know you're goofing on me, so tell me what you really think. And Louis C.K. just loses it. Like, and it's just the most amazing thing. But in that, I don't know, I got to find that. It's totally tangential. But yeah, it's just incredible to me to listen to this whole thing.
Yeah,
I mean, I love movies and I love bad movies. But also, that's the other thing, is because like when you talk about like people who bring up the bully instinct in you, because that's one thing about this, is like, 'cause that's one of the, like, because like listening to Louis C.K. bully somebody, obviously it's, because it's a world champion of bullying, but then also like, because this guy is a human, real life human being version of the inflatable, the thing you can punch and just keeps coming back up and up and up. It doesn't matter how hard you hit it. And it's just amazing, because like Louis, like there's nobody better at ripping somebody's ego to pieces than Louis C.K. And for 2 hours, you just listen to this guy just be totally impervious to being completely destroyed on this terrible, horrible movie he made.
Yeah, you need to send that. I want to.
I gotta send it
Sounds
to
like
you.
Windy City Heat. Have you ever watched that? Jimmy Kimmel.
Oh yeah. No, that's similar. Like the guy that just will not like take. The guy keeps saying, it's like, you got to understand, it's an experimental, it's an anti-movie, it's an experimental film, and like an hour and a half into this, Louis C.K. says, like, look, I am your audience. Like, if you're trying to tell me this movie is weird, I'm your audience for this. I'm telling you, I don't like this, and this is why. Like, yeah, it's incredible. Let me find the link if I can find it.
So I was sharing that video at the beginning that talked about like weird wrestling stuff. That guy's got a good channel, but it was talking about Hulk Hogan lying about being invited to try out for Metallica. But the whole first part of that video also talks about maybe I'll pull it up here, weird wrestling movies that got vanished and disappeared that were like great big money schemes too, and they're like these wrestling sci-fi movies that they were using to launder all this sorts of weird money.
Wow.
Yeah, there's all sorts of weird stuff in the world. I want to watch I've been into like all this wrestling stuff, and it's kind of going along lately with Von Erichs and that new Iron Claw movie. Have you seen how freaking Zac Efron looks like a roided up freak show? He looks like a He-Man doll.
Yeah, he looks beefy.
But I want to see that movie though. But where'd it go? So this is what I was this is the channel. He's got 2 hours of wrestling mysteries, tales from the internet compilation. Some of it's got a Hulk Hogan.
I've watched this guy's channel. I've seen this guy's channel, but I haven't seen this one.
Yeah, it's Hulk Hogan making music right here, which is going over the first. He claimed he was asked to enjoy, and he's got a bunch of CDs, and he actually did play on all of them. He actually really does play the bass on the stuff.
I had no idea.
Which they released the music video for. And in the video, Hulk is playing bass. And it does sound like a real
he
bass.
was a session musician. Anyway, the whole thing starts out with this. It's like this lost wrestling film called Blood Circus, which is supposedly the king of the Neil Breen type movies too. And it was also made off of fake gold. So it's like got like all this like legend to it that you gotta watch.
Wow.
I want to find
I've never
out
heard of this.
because we get into crazy, stupid, bad films around here. But I'll send you guys a link to that.
I love me some.
What is this one you sent? A Paul O film?
Yeah, no. So that's the movie that Louis is talking about. He's talking to the filmmaker in the first clip I sent. And that thing is like, there's a part of it where they start watching the movie, and so you can like line it up while they're talking about it and watch along and listen to them comment on it. It's pretty brilliant. Oh, we got to be careful. There's boobies in that movie. But no, because it's just funny. Because like, I mean, you can tell the guy, the guy even says like, you know what? I mean, and to be honest, my life's a wreck. I'm desperate. You know, I'm getting a divorce and I have 2 houses I can't sell and all this crap. I don't.
So this is an actual guy who made an actual movie. And he wanted videotaped commentary from Louis C.K.
So I guess what it is, like, I don't know. So I mean, I don't really know, but I guess there's Ted and Fez. I don't know. This guy that made this movie is called Paul O'Callahan, and apparently he was like a friend of other radio DJs that worked with Opie and Nancy at the same station. Like I guess I think they were on later in the day, and they knew this Paul O guy. And so like this guy had just been around the studio for years, for decades or whatever, being like some kind of stunt guy. I don't know, just dumb radio stunt stuff. Then this guy like made his own movie, and then he went on and to like promote his movie, and it just so happened that Louis was there, and they're like, oh, Louis a filmmaker.
Oh God,
he's a good critique for your movie, or critic for your movie. And they start going into it. And the guy Paul O, like you can tell he's totally doing this. He's like, he's like, no, I really believe this is going to start a movement, like. And the whole time, like Louis just like laughing, just ruthlessly laughing at him and just tearing him all apart. But then they start watching the movie. It's just so funny. It's like there's a scene and a truck goes by, and Louis just goes, "You couldn't wait for the truck," Because it's like it's loud as fuck. It's in the middle of the dialogue, and the movie's just filled with that kind of crap. And the guy's like, "No, you don't get it. It's an anti-movie." And Louis like, "No. You just didn't care."
He should have just done the Tommy Wiseau thing where he pretended it was a comedy.
No, he's trying to pretend like, no, this is like, it's an anti-movie. It's like all this stuff. Like, and at one point, just like at one point he brings up like he's because Louis talking about the bad lighting in the movie, and the Paul O guy brings up Barry Lyndon, and just Louis just goes, "How dare you? How dare you?" Yeah, it's just a review of Louis reviewing a terrible movie.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I'm clipping all these links in the thing. Maybe we should post them all up on the Longhouse. We got a lot of suggestions.
Yeah.
I got to get walking Charlie soon, but maybe the last thing we'll wrap up. Dan Ellsworth had a Mormon meme review for the end of the year. You want to go over those real quick?
Yes.
The best Mormon memes.
There's the Mormon Twitter. Their meme game is pretty fucking on point.
Yeah, that Mormoner guy does some good stuff.
That's the crazy thing to me is that like there's a lot about Mormonism to make fun of. So why is it that the Mormons are better at memeing than the ex-Mormons? I don't understand.
I can tell you exactly why. It's because it's the Norm Macdonald talking about.
I love the thing.
Something's like, yeah, like if you want to make fun of something, you have to like it. You have to like it to be funny, to make good comedy. And that's Mormons can make fun of Mormons because they like Mormons, and ex-Mormons like that. Thing's like, why can't Nazis make fun of Jews and it be funny? Well, because it's not funny because they hate them. Like if Nazis like Jews, the jokes would be good.
I think you can also kind of make a guess because I do think at some point in my life all the religious stuff was the overdog, but at some point it turned into the underdog. Yeah. And I think you can usually tell who the underdog really is by who has the better memes, because they have to get their ideas out through memes instead of just diatribes. They're not allowed. They're not platformed anywhere to be diatribing, so they have to get it out in quick memes somewhere.
This is pretty good.
Go ahead and read them if you can.
How God sees me when I pray for fame, fortune, and power. Just a picture of what looks like little Jack Russell. My dog, who doesn't understand, he's begging for boiling water that's on the stove.
Let's see. What is the topper? If I click on it, I'll click off the page. I did this before. Can you read the thing? I don't want to click off.
I don't believe in commitment either. I'm spiritual, not religious.
Yeah. Okay, so it's David Lynch. Believe it or not, America is cursed by Mesoamerican corn demons. Elaborate on that. No. Well, all right. Deep Doctrine Chills. John had to buy a transatlantic ferry ticket to get to New York and restore the priesthood. Cain is Bigfoot and his offspring are Yeti, skunk ape, etc. Faith is a seed. Read and pray.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, this is pretty good. I hope it doesn't click away.
Well, the question, did that happen, begs the question, what do you mean by happen? Because when you are dealing with fundamental realities and you pose a question, you have to understand that the reality of the concepts of your question when you're digging that deep are just as questionable as what you're questioning.
I want that meme format just for like whatever.
Yeah, no, that just it needs to be
I don't know how to
loaded
make
up, ready
that
to go.
meme format, but Satan making sure I get cut off in traffic so that I am tempted to swear.
My favorite.
That's your
Sauron-
religion. That's
my favorite Sauron meme.
Have you ever told the podcast about your church?
I haven't.
FYOFC.
It's a true church. You could ask, like, pull up some of my. Other
I've seen your miracle. I have been with you, and I have seen the miracles of the reality of your church.
Yeah,
What
you
is
could,
it?
like somebody who hasn't been listening to the
FU1
podcast, we
effing
could
car?
call him up and say, "What's Chris's religion?" and he'll say this. And it's called FYOFC, and it's fuck you one fucking car.
Yeah,
and you can stay alive by following this religion, and it's that no matter what, a car is going to be in your way. Assume it. You're going to get killed, or you're going to get run over there. If you're pulling out of a parking lot and you think there's nobody around or nothing, and if you're coming up to or you're making a lane change in the middle of the night somewhere, or you're coming up to a thing, that's what it is. So
No, I know. I remember hearing about this.
Flew to the moon and landed on the moon and drove off the ramp on the lander. There would be another
car would get in my way. Yeah.
A Toyota Prius would be parked there.
It's Charlie Brown luck in overall stuff. Yeah.
I think it was my dentist was telling me about this. Yeah, I got in a wreck recently. I was like, oh, what happened? Is it your fault or the other guy's? Like, it's the other guy's fault. There's two lanes. I was turning right. He was in the left lane, so I turned like he's on a street, and I'm waiting to turn, and so I turned to get into the right lane while but he switched lanes and smashed into me, and I was like, yeah, why didn't you assume he was gonna do that? Like,
yeah.
I never pull out like that. I don't trust the guy to be watching for me.
I like this one.
Yeah, I just I used to live downtown pretty close to my work, and if I drove there, it'd be like a 5-minute drive. And I used to see, like, if I just follow all the rules, but I'm otherwise blind, I follow every road rule there. How many wrecks would I be in of just from people pulling or swerving into me or something like that? And it's like 10 each time. Like, if you think about it, and it's worse nowadays with people on the phone. Like, just think about like how many times if you were just actually following the basic rules of the road, but not doing anything else, you just follow them. No swerving, no stopping. You just follow the rules of the road. How many wrecks you get in?
Lots.
Christianity, shaken to its core as atheist, refers to God as magic invisible friend.
That's one of my favorite Facebook channels or Facebook pages is called "If God Real."
Yeah. If God real, why brownie have calories? Yeah.
Yeah.
Christianity defeated after atheist points out that they still eat shellfish and wear mixed fabrics. Guys will take one look at this setup and say, heck yeah.
What am I looking at? Oh.
It's just like a Joseph Smith.
Yeah.
Covered up thing and the rock in the hat.
Make it bigger. Yeah.
I wouldn't, but all right. Jail lists her camping gear as gently used.
Huh?
When the ward chorister breaks out the theme, not a single member of the congregation has ever heard a song in their life.
Okay. I can't pull it up now, but somebody at work showed me a meme that I thought was really good. It was just a guy like pointing, he's in the nature somewhere, and he points and goes, "Is that a mockingbird?" And it cuts to a bird, and the voiceover goes, "Is that a mockingbird? Is that a mockingbird?"
This is my favorite, maybe. I'm bringing my friend to fast and testimony meeting today. I hope it's uplifting. The first testimony of the meeting.
Is the Grizzly Reaper mowing? Yes! The danger must be growing. The rowers keep on rowing.
Oh,
and they're certainly not showing any signs that they are flowing.
That's good stuff.
I love that one.
That was one of my first what the fuck moments when I was a kid. I was like, where did that come from?
Yeah, that's awesome. That makes that whole movie.
This one is good. I haven't seen this.
Hey, what happened to all the dinosaurs? Asked Snow's wife as he grills up a 37-foot long rack of ribs. If God exists, then why I fat? Join our atheist online forum, my friend.
No, talking about cooking up animals. Did I tell you about I was going to do the religiously complicated dinner and then I ended up not doing it? Because last week I bought a big box of frozen goat cubes and they're halal. And I made goat curry and I thought about making an extremely religiously complex meal by adding like a single piece of pork and drinking it with kosher wine. Just to make...
Wow.
But then I didn't because it was just a lot of work for a dumb gimmick that only I would appreciate.
Non-believers.
I have done nothing wrong ever in my life.
I know this. And I love you.
I like that meme format too. That's so funny.
Henry Winkler is so great in that one because both of his kids are just such fucking idiots.
Yeah, you haven't gotten to that yet, Flip. If you haven't,
I'm rewatching Parks and Rec. I'm only in season
you're
2.
rewatching it. Okay.
Yeah. Oh no, but by the way, I already told these guys, but for the audience, like, because they're always bringing up examples of when comedy is at least a decade ahead of reality. And in season 2 of Parks and Rec, there's a whole gag about how a feminist organization gives an award to Ron Swanson, and they do it because if you give an award to a woman, nobody cares, but if you give it to a man, then everybody pays attention. So there you go.
That was actually so. Me and my friend had a discussion about Parks and Rec where we're talking about it's kind of one of those you can poke fun at a thing better if you have some amount of love for the thing. And Parks and Rec came out just in time that Ron Swanson didn't have to be a neo-Nazi that was always wrong.
Yeah, no, it's
he actually
true.
He had like the relationship between him and Leslie Knope is pretty cool because like they both are wrong sometimes in some ways.
Yeah,
and they're both just completely opposed politically.
No,
but they I don't know.
They do a good job of like, they don't shit on either of the ideologies of Leslie Knope or Ron, but like the characters are both flawed, and their flaws come out in the flavor of their ideologies. That's one thing that I like about old school, like from 10 years plus ago of Tina Fey and Amy Poehler. Is like, they would say, oh, we're feminists, but they also made fun of the most ridiculous aspects of feminism. And Parks and Rec does that, absolutely. Like,
Tina Fey still does that. I mean, Kimmy Schmidt, she was great.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Like, I mean, Kimmy Schmidt.
I want to rewatch Kimmy.
I've watched it twice. Like, I don't know. Like, I wish I was a billionaire because, like, how did they not just make the Titus show? Like, Titus deserved at least a season, at least one season of the Titus show. God damn it.
That's kind of weird because he was actually his boyfriend was one of my favorite characters, Mikey. Just the manly but somehow gay construction worker that doesn't know how to be gay.
That was really good. That like the way they did all that was really God. That show was great.
And once again, the new season of Fargo, you could just watch it if you want to see John Hamm's character again. Only this time, it's real.
Yeah, it's not a joke.
Men, you are skipping the second hour of church to look at memes in the church bathroom and automatic lights off. Man, don't you guys think it kind of sucks that? So Jared said civilization was peak civilization before we got the smartphones, but we also all left church before we had smartphones to get through it. Man, like, that would have been so helpful.
Oh yeah, I was out like a good 7 years before smartphones even happened.
So we're gonna use this one quite a bit. The Bible for Normal People. Ready for my unbiased exegesis. And that's all these lenses all the way back and through. But we're gonna make fun of like other people who think they have unbiased lenses, like Dan McClellan. And Dan McClellan needs about 18 more glasses on, and they're all the same thing, like the cathedral. And
does his face tattoo say Reformed Thug Life?
Yeah. Yeah, that's how many glasses on all the McClellans and the Lynns have on, and they claim that they're walking around unbiased. That's what we're dealing with.
That shit is so funny.
When you come back from your mission and dive into your pre-mission Spotify,
I have no frame of reference for that.
There's a lot more demons than I remember. It says down
Yeah.
there. That's this thing. That's what's that show?
See, I listen to bad music on my mission.
I mean, no, I did too. Not at
This
the
show's
beginning, but-
Adventure Time. It's supposedly really good.
No, I did like a year of being the obedient missionary, and then I had a lazy piece of shit companion, and I was like, this is a lot better.
Yeah. But the other thing about how that meme is different because, like I went back to my collection of 250 or so CDs or whatever. Whereas like Spotify, it's like, you have the entire world on there. I'm sure you can forget stuff. It's not like I looked at my CDs and I'm like, I forgot I had this. Like, no, I knew everything I had because I bought it all.
Mm. He says, instead of seeking real understanding of meaning, both fundamentalists and progressive activists in the church try to use scripture to rudely stone modern prophets. Good scholarship can help counter these tendencies. They're shaking hands that revelation is when the prophet agrees with me. Fundamentally, it's progressive.
Can we add
and
Jacob
that could
Hansen?
be Dan McClellan versus Dan McClellan. Biblical scholars apply methodologies to data. They do that consistently and objectively, right? They do that consistently and objectively, right? I saw one using that same meme format because I mean the early Star Wars stuff is just the best for meme formats. But it said I've been playing the bass since the '90s, and she goes, "Oh, you must be really good at it, right?"
That's already
you're really good at it, right?
My favorite one of this format was the I'm honing my Photoshop skills, and like, oh, you're gonna use it to make dank memes, right? And then the next one, it was her with just gigantic tits.
Oh, jokes.
All right, y'all. I got an antsy doggy over there.
Ciao, dog.
So it's about time to call it
Well,
good.
enjoy.
Another fun one. Thanks, everybody.
See y'all
for
later.
hanging out. More of that at church, please. As we still.
If you eat sugar, God starves a African child to death.
Yeah, I'm having a rough time with that too. I feel y'all's pain, but I'm toughing through it. But we'll get
Tomorrow morning, because I've been mostly actually really good, but like from fucking coffee, I don't know how to do it. Like I need coffee to live, and black coffee just doesn't work.
It'll just be
know.
one
Coffee's
thing
great.
that just
You gotta
drives
force
you
yourself.
bonkers.
Gotta figure it out.
Yeah.
Alas.
I mean, say
But
bye-bye.
I know you gotta go, but I'm confused about onions.
Onions are
Because like
fine. Vegetables,
like-
I didn't say on the thing. Vegetables are basically free.
No, because I was just thinking about this because last week when I made curry, I slowly caramelized 4 big
Yeah, and
onions
it
over
seems like
6
it's a
hours.
ton of calories.
And
it's not.
Because it turns into so sweet.
Yeah,
sweet,
it seems
anyway.
crazy that it's true, but it's true. The only vegetable that like a trainer would have made me count is peas. Peas kind of have a calorie count to them.
Really?
There's technically like calories in them, but like there's so much fiber it just cancels out. Like it'll take you way more calories to burn whatever's in there to get to it than is actually in there. But yeah, you can just eat that free till the end of time. And one of the ones that blows
what I
my
wonder,
mind is
I wonder if
squash. Sometimes when I make squash, it just tastes so delicious, and there's so much of it, and it's like this can't be.
I
this can't be
wonder if there's
calorie-free.
a difference between. Well, I guess because cooked onions are also concentrated, so there's that. Like it's concentrated onion, so maybe that. Like, is there if I ate one whole raw onion versus a one whole caramelized onion? Although I know there's fat added, so I guess there's calories from the fat. I don't know. Just because
eat
caramelizing onions
vegetables
and tasting them
differently.
like
I looked up a pumpkin once. Like a pumpkin has something like 60. Eating the entire pumpkin has something like 100 calories, and that has to include the seeds, which is probably all the calories, right? And that's if you eat the entire pumpkin. And whatever your body has to do to get rid of that entire pumpkin is for sure more calories than that pumpkin.
Huh.
You know, it's just it's trippy. That's how vegetables are. I mean, that's one of the reasons that you can eat vegetables. They're roughage, so they'll rough you up. They have some vitamins in them and stuff, but really, I mean, they could just fill you up, so you're just not hungry. You can use those like.
All
crazy.
I've been doing is drinking coffee and eating steak
Yeah, I mean, I said from the start. I mean, I repeat it again. I didn't say diet, man. I just said no sugar. Like,
Yeah.
I saw you were eating meatballs and cheese and all that shit. Like,
yeah,
and that's good. And it'll still work out into a diet, even if you stick to that. But I don't think you even have to try. Like, you don't have to try to cut anything. It'll work.
Well, yesterday I made goat bourguignon, and it's got a lot. It's pretty rich, but no added sugar.
Now, when I try to
Yeah,
eat
that's-
well, I just eat one meal a day.
Yeah. It'll do so well, so you're still dieting too anyway, then. You're kind of intermittent fasting.
Oh yeah.
You think you're getting like over 2,000 calories a day at all or anything?
No.
Yeah, so you're dieting on top of it. So
As long as you get more calories than radiation, you're doing okay.
None of us are.
I mean, I got pretty close to zero carbs in my body, and then also a calorie deficit. So.
Yeah, that's the calorie deficit.
Because when
that's usually what happens with intermittent fasting is you can't even get enough.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you intermittent fast, like you think after like 23 hours of not eating, you could just scarf down whatever you want. But as soon as you start eating, you get full pretty quickly. So it's like you can't even. Yeah. I can't eat 2,000 calories in one sitting unless it's candy anyway. But
yeah, it takes sugar for me to blow out calories for sure.
Yeah,
and actually, I usually tell people like I had some young kid who was like struggling bulking, and I've given this advice to him tons of different times. I'm like, you guys don't get it. Like, if you need to put on muscle and you need to bulk, stop drinking these big protein shakes and all that sort of stuff. Go eat a ton of sugar. Like, eat a ton of sugar if you want to naturally bulk without roids.
Years and years ago, my friends and I made full on from scratch 2 days of work eggnog.
Oh my!
And then at the end we calculated that like 4 ounces was like 900 calories. like we worked it all out. Like we did the math because we're like, well, it's because there's a dozen eggs and there's all this cream and there's the sugar and the booze and like we're like, holy shit.
That made me think of Homer.
It's incredible.
Kind of like a mixture between when he got to the moo and the pepper, where it was so hot. Like put something like that. He puts it on his tongue and he turns into the moo Homer or something like that.
It was like because that's the only time in my life I've ever had any kind of from scratch eggnog, and it was transcendently good.
When I die, I want an Excel sheet from God. Like, they can send me to hell. I just want to see a quick Excel sheet. I want an Excel sheet of, and I guarantee you, I bet you over everybody here, like I can brag that I do like long, difficult times. I bet you I have the winning calorie day. I bet you by far. Like I have put some calories in a day. I bet you I've got it.
Yeah, I don't know, because you can't, like, when you do stuff, you do it better than everyone else. So
I just go over the top. Like when I go over there's been a couple days where I got to the end, I'm like, holy crap, I can't even count that. Holy crap! And I want to know. I want an Excel sheet.
Yeah, geez.
Peter can ask me if just go to hell. Just give me the Excel sheet. I want to see what happened. Send me wherever.
It would also be fun, like whoever owns Starbucks, like if you could go to their house and they say, like, you built this, Chris Hanna. The swimming pool is you. This my child's college fund. That's you.
Yeah, well, I don't do much Starbucks. The Diet Coke.
Because it's been a while. Oh yeah, the Diet Coke people.
I funded Diet Coke people. Dang it!
No, Starburst. Did I say Starbucks or Starburst?
Yeah, you said Starbucks.
Oh, Starburst.
Oh, I meant Starburst. Sorry, I meant Starburst.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've given enough Starbucks too in my time. Not that much. I haven't gotten there that much. But Starburst, yeah. But Diet Coke for sure.
I would have a hard time in England with Greg's. They have a place called Greg's, and it's like this, like, quick, convenient little like coffee breakfast shops, and they have sausage rolls. Like, and you can get 2 sausage rolls for a couple of pounds. It's nice.
Those sound good. All right. March on, everybody.
Bye-bye, Charlie dog.
See ya.
Bye, y'all. Hey, yo, I'm out walking Charlie. I'm here to end the podcast. I'm a dummy. Didn't realize I left it running. Bye, Charlie puppy. That's what I do. That's what I do every night. That's what I do.